Oh, I don't have his passport. 0068.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Ms. Matias, we are recording. We are streaming. You may proceed with today's executive review session.
Everyone have their microphones on? Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for August 12th, 2025. We'll begin with the appeals calendar, new cases, item number 23, 2022 43A 638 East 11th Street, Brooklyn, Manhattan, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So on 7/15/2022, the subject application was filed for seeking a waiver of Appendix G requirement. The subject application was on hold until board made its determination on the accompanying appeal case, BSA calendar number 2022-44-A, regarding DOB's determination from June 13th, 2022, that denied an application to permit dry flood proofing of a residential first floor of a proposed mixed-use building. On May 6, 2024, board denied that application and continued to proceed with the Appendix G case. On November 7, 2022, board staff had sent a notice of comment regarding the subject application that was filed in July, requesting information on how the conversion would meet the findings to vary Appendix G, to which applicant has made no submission to date. Our office has reached out to the applicant for submissions after the board's denial of the accompanied appeals case. Appellant has been contacted via emails regarding submissions due dates, and these are the following dates. Those emails were sent: 5/22/2024, 7/15/2024, 9/11/2024, 11/20/2024, 11/22/2024, 2/12/2025, 2/13/2025, 3/5/2025, 4/10/2025, 4/17/2025, 4/25/2025, 5/7/2025, 7/21/2025, 7/25/2025, 7/28/2025, 7/30/2025.
You missed 3/7/2025 as well.
And there you go. I missed that too. So there was a 3/7/2025. The submission is, as you can see, since the appeal was denied, the applicant had reached out several times to submit a revised document for the board to proceed in its review. So I could say, based on what has been submitted, which was the initial submission only, the submission is woefully inadequate. And furthermore, no secret submission has been made for the subject application. Since May 6, 2024, 3 postponements were granted on December 9th, 2024, February 24, 2025, and May 5th, 2025. At the last hearing, board had given a dismissal warning and had warned that May 5th hearing was the last unless something was submitted. And since nothing has been submitted, I feel we should dismiss this project for lack of prosecution. I want to hear from my commissioners. Is there anything you want to add?
I agree with you, Chair.
Okay.
I actually support your motion.
Okay.
I think we should have closed it and dismissed it before today. So yeah, I'm full support for that.
Yeah. I think we should,
This is a review session, Mr. Boshoff, so
so we
Just-
had said at the last hearing that we would, at the next hearing, if nothing was submitted, we will dismiss it for the lack of prosecution. And so based on that,
So, Madam Chair, there's nothing precluding this property owner from pursuing in the future a new filing
yes,
when they're ready to prosecute.
yes, I agree. Yeah, but at this point, this particular application as submitted cannot be prosecuted. And we don't have any adequate information.
Yeah, and although the applicant is raising his hand, this is a review session.
The applicant, yes, appreciated. The applicant should have responded to all the comments that were raised prior to the hearing, not raising the hand at this point. So I want to make a motion to dismiss for lack of prosecution.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. I think we need to, okay, do we need to close?
Oh,
General Counsel, do we need to close to vote?
I don't believe so because no record's ever been started on this appeal, on this variance.
we've never had a hearing or anything.
No.
Okay, so this is dismissed. LOP, lack of prosecution. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 24, 2024-51BZ, 1983 54th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Okay, just give me
I
a
know.
minute. I'm scrolling through my notes. So we received the Community Board 12 approval to approve this project. We also received a letter of objection from a neighborhood expressing concern regarding the scale of the project and its impact on the neighborhood character and traffic. Okay, so at the last hearing, the applicant was directed to revise the plan, the scale of the project and focus and reduce some of the accessory uses that were going to be located on the third and the fourth floor. The applicant has done so. Applicant has also revised the statement of facts and the programmatic need. The building, therefore, the total proposed FAR reduces to 2.72 FAR, whereas initial proposal was 3.6, and what is 3.06, and what is permitted in the zoning district is 2 FAR. So I think what the reduction is more in keeping with the context and while addressing, most importantly, while addressing the programmatic need for a MICVA facility. Though I need a clarification as to how the lot coverage has increased from 74% to 78% when the gross floor area on the first floor has reduced to 4,734 square feet from the initial submission. So if I do my math, the lot coverage would be 76%. So please do recheck the calculation and revise the lot coverage analysis. On the plan sets, indicate the elevations and the sections, on the elevation and sections, the proposed building height and the bulkhead height. Regarding the ADA, I just have a question, and this is more of not having full understanding of the building code requirements. Regarding the ADA unisex bathrooms that are being proposed on the third and the fourth floor, is it a code requirement that needs to be provided in addition to providing a handicap stall in each of these restrooms? It's just a question I have. On section 1, page 301, there is a note that says elevated roof for rain collection and pointing to a set of horizontal lines. And it's not matching with the sections or section 2 or the elevations. So I want the applicant to clarify what that note is about, and is there a structure at an elevated level to collect the roof, to collect the rainwater? And if so, please clearly indicate it on the elevation and the plan, because from the elevation, it doesn't seem there is anything on the roof beyond the parapet other than the bulkhead of the elevator and the stair. Also clarify if elevator number 1 will be used by women to access the third floor and also for it to access the roof. Does it need to stop on the fourth floor then? Because fourth floor is only a space for men to be used. There is an existing tree pit on 20th Avenue. Applicant should provide a street tree there. Also, applicant needs to provide rear and side lot line elevations and material that's proposed. The revised statement of fact did not update, was not updated with regards to the parking waiver. It was discussed at the hearing, but it was not carried through in the review, in the narratives of the statement of finding. The other question I have is, I believe Vice Chair Shibata had asked that some of the windows along the rear lot line be opaque and non-operable. I don't recall seeing a note to that effect, so please revise those drawings accordingly. Those are my comments, but all in all, I would say the project is going in the right direction. These are a couple of these are some comments and clarification that the applicant needs to provide. Ms. Benke, what is the status of the environmental review?
Hi, we just need a formal submission. I did review a draft of the EAS with the disadvantaged communities assessment in there, but it needs to be formally submitted. And I believe there was a submission, a revised parking study just sent in, responding to some of the comments from the last hearing. So
Oh, okay, thank you.
Ms. Benke, there's no outstanding other intergovernmental reviews otherwise?
that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
No, thank you, Chair. I was satisfied with the scaling down of the project. I had some of the same questions, and I thank you for bringing up my question with regard to the opaque or inoperable windows. I have nothing further at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Just the microphone for that.
Pointed to
Sorry.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I had found the last conversation that we had with the applicant on record about the programmatic needs for the educational spaces above the mikvah to be very helpful for me. So it helped me to understand their programmatic needs better. And so I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further on this project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 25, sorry, 2024-59 BZ 1343 53 50th Street, Brooklyn. Is that
We-
Brooklyn or Queens?
Brooklyn, that is Brooklyn.
Oh, okay, the community board thing is.
We have not received a community board recommendation on this one. Applicant provided its response to the comments that were raised at the initial hearing. With regards to the transportation, applicant provided clarification regarding the modal split and bus accommodation along the proposed school frontage. Applicant states that 6 buses for preschool and 5 buses for elementary and middle school, grades 1 through 8, will be required. And so that would be total of 11 buses. And since the hours of operation for the preschool is different from the hours of operation, I mean, well, not the hours of operation, when the starting hour and the closing hour for the preschool is different from the hours for the grade school, the applicant is stating that the 6 and 5 bus split that will be happening in a staggered manner will be able to position itself in front of the proposed school frontage, which is now expanded to 160 feet. So I think based on that, I don't have any additional question. Applicant at the last hearing was asked to provide an as-of-right plan within the sky exposure plane to justify the loss of floor area that would be incurred because of the setback requirements. And as shown in the plans, floors 4 through 6 would have to set back because of the sky exposure plane. And this results in loss in floor area. So I was looking at the floor plate sizes, and the floor plate size of the 4th floor starts with a setback at 900, whereas by the time it reaches 6th floor, because of the setback, the floor plate reduces to 7,580 square foot. So which is a significant setback for fewer classes. So that is an additional vertical circulation that would be carried forth all the way. So I was satisfied with that submission. Applicant has also provided a rendering of the proposed building. And so I was looking at the layout of the proposed floors of 4th and 5th floor and comparing that to the floor below on the 3rd floor. Because as you recall, the building kind of current building, the portion of the building is set back by 7 foot 8 inches from the front yard. So I was looking at what's the classroom sizes that would be, that's on the lower size, and what kind of classrooms they are, and comparing that to what is being proposed on the 4th floor and the 5th floor. So it seems, based on the room schedule, the existing classrooms, for example, classrooms A15, 16, 17, and 18 on the 3rd floor are typical classrooms for students capacity ranging from 28 to 29 or so. And similarly, the proposed classrooms on the 4th and the 5th floor will also be typical classrooms with occupancy of 28 to 29 students. So my question to the applicant is, will it be possible to maintain the setback of that 7 foot that is existing on the lower floor to be carried up to the 4th and the 5th floor along for it to set back 7 feet from the lot line, and without elimination of any class or the classroom capacity? So if the applicant could respond to that, that would be helpful. Ms. Benke, is there any update on the environmental?
All reviews are closed at this time for seeker. School safety hasn't responded to our requests for comments yet.
When was it sent?
We've reached out several times. Believe it was in April. It was first sent in April.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata?
Thank you, Chair. No. My computer's still spinning, but I do have some notes. I do recall having notes with regard to, I understand that the trash is no longer going to be on the exterior, but I don't see in the plans where the interior storage of the trash is. And I also don't, I remember we discussed this a bit at the first hearing about the 2 cafeterias and the 2 large kitchens. I didn't see any scale back there, just maybe a comment from the applicant as to why they're both necessary.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Commissioner Shedder?
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I have is about the height of the building. I saw that they increased the height of the 4th and 5th floor by about 14 inches each. That took the height of the building to total of 77.3 inches. And the reasoning they provided for that is they are talking about larger spans on the 4th and 5th floor
Yeah.
that required them to do so. I did look at the 4th floor and the 5th floor, and I compared them to the lower floor. I can share my screen to explain myself. Give me just 1 second. Don't do it again.
Mhm. All right.
Oh, good. So this is the current submission, the July one. right? No, it didn't change. Okay, let's. Oh, it did. Well, this is, yes, July submission. So if you look at this plan here, this is the 5th floor,
Mm-hmm.
4th floor. If you go to the 3rd floor, you compare the spans here, these spans, this distance, this distance, this. To that one, more or less the same. So there is nothing like a big wide space that required to increase the size of the structural elements between the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th. So I'm not sure how they justify that increase. And the increase is not 6 inches, 1 foot, 2 inches, 14 inches each floor. That's, for me, that's 14-inch element could by itself take the loading for the 4th and 5th floor. So when the increase is 14 inches, that's questionable. So I would like them to clarify that.
And you're saying the beams are spanning not
The-
from front to rear? Oh,
The beams usually span like this.
right.
Yeah, let me see the dimension here. A typical span would be like 20 feet plus or minus.
Mhm.
If they are like laying out the beams in that direction,
Mhm.
and this is usually if I'm the structural designer for this, I would do so. And like I said, this is the 4th floor. If you look at the 3rd, sorry, the 3rd floor,
Mhm.
you're gonna see that it's more or less about 20 feet. It's around 20 feet, 20, 22, 21, 20. That the 2 feet increase or so does not cause the size of the structural element to like be increased by 14 inches, especially if they are using steel construction. I don't think it's justifiable here.
Okay.
Same, if you look at the lower floors, same spans. The only floor that has wide spans is the 1st floor where the gym and that room exists. But beyond that, that spans seem to be like typical, same, more or less. So I'm not sure why they are calling for that increase.
Somehow I thought the spans are going front to back. The beams are going front to back.
Yeah, but if you're talking about this direction, up and down, that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, that's what they are.
the main beams could go that way. But
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Got it.
the
The
joint is-
difference of that, because it's maintaining the same floor plate as in the lower floor plates, and why would one have to?
not floor plates. If you look at the spaces, the space size, you see this room here, this,
Right.
that, if I go up, more or less the same. And then if I go up, more or less the same. The span of that beam or that beam joist is not different, significantly
Okay.
different between the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th floor.
Okay, thank
And,
you for that.
and that's why I'm saying, why do you need to do that? And the idea is if you design something like that, the size of the structural element, let's say you have 2 feet or 3 feet difference in the span between one floor and the other. When you design the first one, that probably you come up with like 12 inches, 14 inches, the thick beam or high beam. If you increase the span by 2-3 feet, it's not gonna be it's the height would increase by 3 inches.
Okay,
Or even you can maintain the height as is, but you increase the thickness of the flange of the beam. So the height stays the same, but the thickness of the beam increases a little bit.
okay.
So in my opinion, there is no like reason to increase the building height by about 2.5 feet. If they have a good reason, I would take it. But for
Okay.
like as of right now, I'm not
Okay.
convinced with that.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also had the same question, just further explanation. Thank you for the as-of-right study, which helps us compare to the proposed. And then the only thing I wanted to add is when I was at the site, it was a weeknight, around like 7 or 8 PM. They are parking buses on lot 48. There were 3 there, which is what they had said. They said they would park on lot 48 and in their parking lot on 401 Day Hill Road. But they're all parked on the street and it looks like they're parked there for the night. And there were, I think I counted 11, which adds up to the reported number of buses that they need for the school. But if the applicant could give us a statement about parking the buses and where they actually end up. The other side of the street was also lined with buses from what appears to be the school on the opposite side of the street. The reason I noted is because these buses also, they take the loading zone that's existing now and beyond. And so, yeah, some comment from the applicant would be great. Otherwise, I had no other comments on the new proposal.
So while we can't control the operation of the other school, on this one, definitely the applicant needs to provide a lease agreement. If they don't have it, provide it for the school to be located and provide an operational plan as to how it is being conducted today and how it will continue. And I think from whenever I do Google Street search, I've always seen buses parked on both frontages, but this particular frontage is before us because of this application, so we need clarity on this. And so the applicant should respond to these questions. Thank you, commissioners.
Next case,
Yes, please.
2025-05 BZ, 2450 Eli Avenue, the Bronx.
We received community board vote to approve this application. Also received several letters of support for the proposed project from the neighbors of Allerton and Pelham Gardens. Applicant has submitted a revised projected trip rate analysis. I won't bore my colleagues with my notes, but I found the information very helpful. And the analysis has been thorough. I had asked for a clarification regarding the peak periods of the proposed operation on the site, if there would be any interference with the traffic flow, especially on and off ramp to the throughway. And applicant conducted a capacity analysis on the surrounding roads. Level of service on these roads is A and B under existing condition and would be under no build, future no build condition also for weekday AM, midday PM, and Saturday midday. Applicant did a very thorough analysis of with action capacity analysis. And based on that, level of service would still remain by and large A and B for most of the intersections, except for one intersection where the level of service will change from B to C, that too on a Saturday midday. This is the East Gun Hill Road eastbound at the median cut. So I think as a New Yorker, we can appreciate very much a level of service C. That is the normal level of service that one sees in New York City. So it responds to my question. I'm satisfied with that analysis. Secondly, applicant has submitted a revised plan that is in response to board's recommendation about relocating the curb cut and also provided a revised statement of fact. So the applicant was asked to relocate that curb cut that is located on East Gun Hill Road further northwest. The street direction is a little bit off, but it's basically towards Eli Avenue. Let's keep it simple. I want the applicant to add a note to the plan that the curb cuts will be restored and built and will be reviewed and approved by DOT and restored and built per DOT standards. A 6-foot high black vinyl fence is proposed along Eli and the rear lot line. Applicant has provided clarity regarding the turning radii at the Eli Avenue entrance to ensure that the turn will not cause traffic backflow. onto the traffic network on Eli Avenue. However, a maneuverability plan has not been provided. That needs to be provided. A stop sign and a stop bar at 3 exits from the subject site needs to be provided. Add a stop sign by the stop bar exiting from the drive-through lane. I had asked the applicant to provide traffic directions to the abutting, traffic directions of the abutting streets for more clarity, which wasn't provided in the plan, but I think by now upon review of the further analysis, I know which way it is, but it always helps when we are reviewing the plans. So I want those to be added to the plan, especially for future boards. Also add a stop bar and sign in front of the pedestrian path that is in front of building B. And that is to minimize pedestrian and vehicular conflict within the site. And that's why I'm asking for the maneuverability plan. In the statement of fact, the applicant proposes to install no cut-through signage or speed bump to prevent drivers driving towards I-95. I think speed bump will be more useful. Would definitely be a deterrence. It would be a physical deterrence along with a sign, which would be like a warning sign. Though I'm not sure where that would be best placed. So I would suggest the applicant's traffic consultant identify a location and implement their recommendations accordingly. I definitely think it's a good recommendation, especially for vehicles who might be coming from Eli Avenue and want to avoid the East Gun Hill Road traffic. They may cut through just from that point of view. Additional street planting along Eli and East Gun Hill Road has been proposed. I though would like to see more dense planting such as bushes bushes need to be provided along the frontage of Mace Avenue. It is still a little barren, and so that needs to be densified. The revised plan, but for the minor changes, is very much in the right direction and has been responsive to board's comments. So the applicant also provided a response to the outstanding oath violation. It seems the applicant has retained a building code and a zoning consultant to obtain a certificate of correction for these violations, and the applicant states that it shall be corrected within 30 days. I have no additional comments. I'm overall satisfied, but for some of these corrections.
Ms. Banky's hand is up.
Yes, I was just going to go to Ms. Benke.
Sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to note that they did submit something which was called a vehicle circulation plan and referenced as a maneuverability plan on sheet 11 of 13. However, I'm not sure if that is what you had in mind, but it shows the entrance from Eli Avenue and how the cars would circulate, but none of the other exits. So
I did see it, and that was more specifically towards the turning radius from the Eli Avenue to ensure that it's not a sharp turn that would make it difficult for vehicles to join the queue from Eli. My question was to look at the entirety of the maneuverability plan of vehicles coming from all 3 entrances and exiting from all these entrances, and whether that would create any conflict within the site. That's the part that is missing. And that would also highlight if there could be any potential pedestrian conflict within the site.
okay.
The plan would identify any measures or controls
Right.
that are being committed to.
Yes,
Fine.
yes, yeah.
The Stonefield analysis did do some of that. They showed the 18-car queuing area
Okay, I need to open up the plan.
and showed how that there wouldn't be any issue in circulation in the parking garage if there's as many as 18 cars queued.
Yeah, I'm not questioning.
Sorry.
I'm not questioning that. I'm looking at the overall circulation because there are 3 exit points.
Sure.
The vehicles could exit to Eli or to Gun Hill or to the other Gun Hill. And there are also vehicles entering at the same time.
And there's
during peak
another
period.
use on this.
and then there's another use.
Yeah.
So I just kind of want to make sure that the pedestrian pathways and that are proposed to get to the site will not face a conflict. And that's why I'm also recommending that there be a stop sign and a stop bar be placed where the pedestrian crossing is happening in front of the building B, because a good number of vehicles could be exiting or entering
Got it.
from for that reason. So where that location, where those are placed and which direction, it also becomes therefore critical. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions on this application.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I was happy to see that they moved the northernmost exit on Gun Hill Road a little further, I guess, northwest, so that it doesn't coincide with the exit ramp on 95. And that was probably my only concern for this application. Otherwise, I fully support it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I have no comments on this project, just it's an observation. I'm not sure who's naming the testimonies from the public, but I looked at 3 different files and they called objections, and when I read through them,
Oh,
they are actually support and they are clone, like copy and paste.
yeah.
They're from 5 people.
Yeah, I
So
think
just-
because the form is called objection and
Exactly.
consent, I think the shortcut
be
is just
testimony.
object, yeah,
They-
just
they are- they are
testimony.
English,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my point is that we call them objections, but they are not really.
Yeah,
You should just say testimony and the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
also was confused. I was trying to come.
Seems
Wait a
like-
minute.
Us or the whoever is sending the file.
well, the general label on the form, the standardized, I think.
No,
is-
I'm talking about the PDF.
I think it's what the applicant.
I think it's what
Whoever sent,
Whoever sends it.
that's the.
Yeah, that's my point. The applicant is.
It's not
should
the
have been
applicant,
more-
it's the community sending it.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's the community sending. it.
Community vote, okay.
we just put that, the front part of the label to identify when it was received.
Okay.
So that's our
Yep.
indexing.
Step, the header and footer.
Yeah, it's a number, it's a
It's
date
around
with the
the-
dots. That's us.
submission date.
That's just an index, so we know what
That's my understanding.
the chronology of when they
Understood.
arrive, but we don't name the file.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had no questions on this other than I think there was a request to, I can't remember which commissioner asked for it, but to indicate where the exterior lights are on the site, and maybe you can point them out to me because I could not immediately find them. But I have no substantial comments on this.
Okay. Okay, yeah,
Move on.
thank you. Yeah,
Ready?
okay, yeah.
New case zoning calendar 2024-62 BZ 78 Fort Place, Staten Island.
We have received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community boards several letters of opposition from neighbors, and also received letters of opposition from State Senator Fall.
Madam Chair, just a second. The person, Ms. Harrington, this is a review session. So no testimony is taken at this time. Once we open it up for the public hearing, the chair allows public testimony. You then can respond. Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Chief.
We received letters of opposition from State Senator Fall, State Senator Scarcella Spanton, and from Councilmember Hanks, expressing concern about the small units for seniors and an area that lacks elements critical to make senior housing feasible, including steep terrain, limited on-site parking, lack of nearby food, medical and support services, limited access to transit. And that special hillside preservation district exists to ensure that new development is carefully balanced with environmental and infrastructure constraints. Letters of oppositions that we received from the neighbors also identified similar concerns. We also received a signed petition. I think there were over 100 signatories on this against the proposed action. The issue is related to density, that it is out of context with the underlying zoning of R3A. and retrofitting with reasonably sized apartments or condos would be better fitted. So I just want to give a general overview of a couple of the comments that were raised. As per the zoning analysis, the site is in outer transit zone where 50% per dwelling unit of parking is required. Applicant is not seeking a parking waiver as it is proposing to meet the parking requirement. This is the, with regards to BSA process. If people are not familiar, I just want to lay it out. This is the first hearing board is holding based on the initial submission that was made, which was being simultaneously reviewed by the community board and the elected officials and Board of Standards and Appeals. BSA values inputs from community boards, neighbors, elected officials in reviewing and in its deliberation of any application. Our review process is conducted during our review sessions, which is now, and public hearing, which will be followed by the review session today. Both of these sessions are open to public and public can make statements and give testimony during public hearings. In addition, we always welcome written testimony during the process. And as it would be evident from the discussions, board reviews, submissions, and comments that has been sent to the board, and it does help the board in its deliberation process. So with that, this is an application for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to enlarge an existing two-story convent building into a four-story apartment building for seniors. Applicant is seeking a waiver of use, bulk waiver, which is FAR, street wall heights, building heights, yards, front yard, and side yards. So this is a building that was built in the 30s, a purpose-built building for a convent. And as of, I think, when did the building stop functioning? I think 2000, post 2003 or something like that. I seem to remember. Yes, so it was built in the 40s and then alterations were made in the 60s, and it has been vacant for the last 12 years. So I want the applicant, before I get into the nitty-gritty of the findings, I want the applicant to confirm if the existing building height and the street wall height exceed the maximum permitted height of 35 feet. Show the maximum permitted envelope, including street wall, building height, front yard, side yard, setbacks, rear yard, etc., in the existing as of right and proposed building. Because it is evident from the zoning district and from the building, the existing building is non-complying. So the applicant needs to show the extent of the existing non-compliance of the building and compare that to what the proposal is. Applicant needs to be more specific regarding the transit zone in conducting the zoning analysis. It was kind of buried in the zoning analysis, from which I found out and through the Zola map that it is in the outer transit zone. So the applicant should clarify in its statement that it is in the greater transit zone, and specifically within that, it is in the outer transit zone, because that affects and determines the parking requirement and the density. Since the project refers to the site as a qualifying residential site, at the outset of the discussion, applicant is to verify if the site qualifies as one. And also, when computing the zoning analysis, especially for as of right detached home scenarios, ensure that the zoning sections for yards, lot width, height, FAR is for qualifying sites. For example, for a qualifying zoning lot, front yard may be reduced to 5-foot depth. But for standalone zoning lot, that may be a minimum lot area but for a standalone zoning lot, that meets the minimum lot area of R3A, as in an as of right scenarios A and B, the front yard depth is 10 foot and not 5 foot. And again, this is also a difference between whether you're counting each of these as of right sites as zoning lot or tax lots within one large zoning lot. That also matters. So you need to be clear in your analysis statement as to how are these lots being looked at. Are these individual zoning lots or the individual tax lot within a larger zoning lot? And that would differentiate as to also how the qualifying site is being analyzed. So the applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing building to add 2 more floors, convert this to an apartment building with market rate rentals consisting of 99 dwelling units. And the applicant is proposing to market this for seniors 55 years and older, and will be providing the required number of parking spaces. 21 parking spaces on site will be provided. The applicant needs to differentiate on the proposed plan, the existing build condition, the existing non-compliance, and the proposed both on the plan section and elevations, as I stated earlier. Applicant needs to provide the proposed building height on the plan and the height of the bulkhead, especially in this case, because the site is sloping so much, it is critical for us to find out what is the height measured from the base plane elevation. The applicant states that no change is proposed to the existing slope condition, and therefore no waiver is required for the street credit pursuant to Special Hillside Preservation District. So moving on to the findings, the finding regarding uniqueness. Applicant is proposing to convert this vacant building, which has been vacant for 12 years, because because of the functional and economic obsolescence and the zoning lot grade change of 46 feet and the irregular shape. So with regards to the functional obsolescence, it was, as I mentioned earlier, it was a purpose-built building. It was designed as a convent with its focal point being the chapel. And the floor plate is a U-shaped building, and it is unusually narrow. It is 40-foot deep, floor plate, and has a corridor that runs about over 200 feet. So the applicant states because of that disproportionate width to length ratio, it is difficult to repurpose the structure for other allowable community facility uses. And the floor plate of the building is also not aligned. In certain section of the building, there is especially there's a building as you go to the, I forget the name of the road. It starts with a D.
Daniel,
Daniel Low Terrace. It seems the building along the Daniel Low Terrace, it may have been built before or after, but definitely there is a difference in the grade change. So, and the applicant also states that the building system is out of date and is not complying with the code. Then the applicant also talks about the financial obsolescence by providing market studies that's been provided, that they did efforts were made to market this site for as of right use since 2015 and have provided documents. And the applicant states that since the site was downzoned from an R6 to an R3A, the existing building can't be expanded as it exceeds the maximum permitted FAR of 1 that is permitted in an R3A zoning district. So here are my thoughts on that. So the marketing for this site started after 2003. That's when the rezoning took place, and the site was rezoned from an R4 to an R3A. This argument does not present a hardship. The fact that the building is legally non-complying in terms of floor area, building height, and yard is a privilege. The site has, compared to other new construction post 1985 and even 2003. So I would recommend that the applicant remove this argument of financial obsolescence. I do accept the fact that it has been difficult for them to market this site and therefore they're looking at other options, but the financial obsolescence way the argument has been presenting, I don't see that. It may be more better suited to be discussed under the finance category, but not as an obsolescence. However, I do find the functional obsolescence argument strong, and the floor plate width of 40 foot is not ideal for school or healthcare facility or even other as of right uses. So, but that does not mean it rules out the possibility of any other as of right residential uses. One just has to be creative. So, and I'll get to that a little further. So with regards to the as of right uses, the applicant has been very thorough in that respect. However, more work is needed. Applicant has provided two as of right scenarios for the two sets of different configuration for a detached, two-family detached home, which will result in both cases about 16 dwelling units. Again, in this one, please go through it carefully because it all matters on the lot sizes based on qualifying residential units and whether you're applying it to a single zoning lot or to with multiple tax lots, or each site is being counted as a single zoning lot, and therefore how the analysis should be. So clarify why along the interior portion of the lot facing Daniel Low Terrace, two additional zoning lots, each 25 foot wide, could not be built. Pursuant to 22-122A, since applicant states that the site is a qualifying residential site, any type of residence is permitted, and it is not limited to detached two-family homes. So that is one question I have, is why only that was done and why not a multifamily dwelling that was done. Applicant did provide an as of right 3-story apartment building for a 27 dwelling unit, and it would be a new construction and not retrofitting the existing building, and an as of right community facility building plan. However, the finding did not discuss these two scenarios, and at least the as of right apartment building as presented graphically would respond to 22-122A. So the applicant states that the proposed project will not require any certification of authorization or special permit for City Planning Commission, being in the Special Hillside Preservation District. So applicant is to clarify, would a new construction on the site require this authorization and approval from City Planning Commission? And would it and was that factored in to making a decision to just do an as of right plan for options A and B, an apartment building? So that part is not clear why those were ruled out. I would agree that the site is unusual in terms of the slope condition. The site does slope significantly, but this is an existing building. So applicant needs to tie in the argument as to why as of right will not be feasible because of the site condition, but we are dealing with the conversion of an existing building. So moving on to financing. Since no government funding is proposed for senior homes, we cannot assume that the project will be exclusively for seniors. So the rent analysis was based on market condition for 0 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms. However, what was not clear to me if that's the typical unit sizes one sees in this neighborhood, and based on that, was there a loss factor considered for the rent size, rents that is being proposed for this proposed project? With regards to the neighborhood character, the surrounding build context is very mixed. A mix of detached homes and multifamily apartment buildings ranging from 4 to 6 stories are located not just in the area, but on the abutting, on the subject block and the abutting block. So the proposed height may not be an issue, but I think it's premature to talk about the neighborhood character until we iron out financial and minimal on this. So while I don't think it's an issue, that's not going to be the driving factor here. With regards to the self-created, the applicant has not addressed this. It seems that the site, while the site has been sold to the current property owner, it needs to provide a chart of ownership of this site with the abutting lots. This is a standard request, so there should be no confusion on this. If needed, applicant, our project manager can provide you with a sample. So moving on to finding E, minimal. While the functional obsolescence is there and the proposed building form would address C, B would need to be determined if the minimum is needed. So as I said, I appreciate that the applicant has conducted quite a bit of as-of-right scenarios. However, the applicant needs to conduct an as-of-right residential conversion and its financial analysis. That has not been done, and that is a step that is critical before we come to the proposed. Furthermore, since no government funding is proposed for the senior homes, we cannot assume that the project will be exclusively for seniors. The rent analysis was based on market conditions or for 0 bedrooms and 1 bedroom. Should the board were to grant this project, there is no way of assuring that the project will be occupied by seniors. So another analysis, this as of right residential conversion has to be done, and this residential conversion should be considered with market rate condos and with a mix of unit types, including including 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms to make this project financially viable. Those are my initial comments. I also wanted to know if there are any outstanding violations on this
Prenga has her hand up.
site. Yes, Ms. Prenga?
Hi, I just, on your comments for the finding, you requested a chart, an ownership chart with adjacent lots. One was provided.
Oh, okay, I missed it
Yeah,
then.
yeah, no
I will
problem.
look at it during
Yeah.
the break. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before
Mhm.
you move to the committee, I just had a question about the special purpose district.
Mhm.
So the position is that it doesn't require certification at city planning? Because I know that, I think that special purpose district not only deals with the topographical part of the preservation district, but it's also staging. I just want to make sure it's not for us, but we're not waiving that. And if it's something that is needed, now is the time to,
Exactly. We are not
discuss it.
waiving that, and the question becomes, is it, also it becomes critical as to whether that comes before or after our process. That is another factor, because the site plan changes, then you would have to come back and amend the site plan.
yeah, I'm only bringing that up so that the logistics of whatever occurs are clear
Yeah.
for the applicant.
My reason for asking this question was the as-of-right analysis assumed tearing that entire building down, existing building down and building from scratch. Will that trigger
Should.
a review at at city planning? Okay, those are my,
Sorry, thank you.
Ms. Benke, thank you. Is there any update on the environmental?
We're still waiting for a response to seeker comments on the last EAS.
Okay. I know it's very early. This is the initial.
Yeah.
So there's probably going to be a lot of holdout, but we have a sign off on LPC, right? Air quality and noise.
Yes, we screened out air quality and noise and got a sign off on LPC. So
Okay.
What's outstanding?
well, they need to submit a DAC analysis, and I'd have to check our comments. There was several comments about adding more information regarding hazmat and natural resources.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Shetta, sorry, Shibeta, I'm very sorry, Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not satisfied with the uniqueness argument, and while I do give some weight to the applicant's real-time market experience and the efforts to sell this property, I feel like we need something much more specific to the site conditions and how they're obsolete before we can make such a determination. I'm not going to say much more on this because I know Commissioner Shetta has detailed some notes on the uniqueness obsolescence here. I will say I do agree with you that the site does have a privilege, does enjoy particular privileges that other neighboring sites don't have. I was not convinced with the B finding here, but again, I will reserve comments because I understand that Commissioner Holly Brown has made some notes on this. With regard to the C finding, I walked up and down this block and it sits on the very top of the hill. So adding 2 more stories on top of that portion of that hill would dwarf every building around it. Now, I know that there are buildings that are 6 stories, but they're almost parallel in height to this 1-story building because of the hill and the slope. So it would be a very big, it'd be very intrusive to that very quiet block. I don't believe that we have an issue with the D finding, but even though we're very, very early into this application, even if we do find this obsolete, I believe that this ask is, it would be very, it's hard for me to believe that this ask would be the least the board can approve to make the applicant whole. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I'm not
The
convinced,
microphone.
by the uniqueness of this lot.
Microphone over. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm not convinced about the A finding, the uniqueness of this lot, the irregularly shaped lot. So they say with the existing building and the slope, they say the existing building is functionally obsolete and there's a grade change of 45 feet across the entire lot. I look at this differently. It may be irregularly shaped, but it is extremely large. It has an existing building on it. That building is actually overbuilt for today's zoning. And so they enjoy a benefit in keeping that building because not only is it overbuilt in terms of floor area, it may appear to be 2 stories, but it really is more than 2 stories above ground because of the slope. And so they enjoy benefits than a lot of lots that are level with 2-story buildings would not enjoy, or vacant lots that may be irregularly shaped, but if considering development today, would have to conform to a much smaller envelope and use. So I'm not entirely convinced there. As for the marketing, they did market it and they did have a few offers made for purchase that the owners wouldn't accept. So I'm not sure you could say that this property is unmarketable when offers are coming in and you're not accepting them. So I can't just agree with the property owner right off the bat. So those are my questions as to uniqueness. Then their proposal, I just want to make a statement about the proposed conversion and addition of additional 2 stories of housing with apartments that to me are ridiculously small, studios that are 225 square feet and 1-bedroom apartments that are 380 square feet really aren't fit for people to live in. This is almost shelter-sized rooms. And so I have a problem with that. And I want to put a pin in that because that comes back later when we talk about some of the costs of construction. So now I want to jump down to the B finding and also the E finding. I just want to say the B finding is riddled with a number of inconsistencies and errors. There are budget reports that are supporting the financial report, and the information in the budget reports does not correspond to any information and numbers in the financial report, which leads me to wonder how accurate are either of those reports if the numbers could differ so greatly. So for instance, the budget reports for each scenario cites demolition costs of $2.6 million and says it's due to the 3 subterranean levels. But then when you go to the financial report, the demolition costs for full demolition are only 1.44 million. Why 2 different amounts? Why are you even putting the budget reports in if you're not actually citing the numbers that are used in the budget reports? And also, the budget reports actually correspond to the statement of facts, which talks about a 2.6 million demolition cost, but in the financial report, it's 1.44 million. I also want to say those demolition costs, which really are the crux of the entire argument, they're not credible to me. I actually looked on the internet because I figured, okay, they're talking about how much it costs to demolish this because it's reinforced concrete and New York City and all these subterranean levels. And I just put in a simple Google search, how much would demolition costs of a concrete building in New York City be? And they top out at $20 a square foot. So I don't understand how they're jumping to at least 1.5 times that amount or more, depending on which figures you actually use, the budget report or the financial report. So that's another question. Then also, if you look at the formatting of this financial report, the site value of this property is based on land plus depreciated building. Land of 1.6 million plus almost $1 million of depreciated building. But then you have scenarios, as of right scenarios that are calling for the demolition of that building. So then the question that stays in my mind is, why would somebody pay for a property that has $1 million worth of building value on it just to demolish that? So it doesn't make sense there. And so I actually take issue with their two as of right home scenarios, because it just doesn't make sense. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to take a beautifully overbuilt building that actually is quite structurally sound, completely get rid of it and gouge that lot in order to build something that is of such low density, 8 two-family homes. It just doesn't make any sense. To me, those are non-starters that are just put in place just to make it appear as if there's no way to develop this property as of right. I think that the as of right multiple dwelling scenario is also inaccurate. And I have to say to them, why aren't you citing section 15 of the zoning resolution, which is applicable and would allow them to reconfigure convert the existing structure for residential? That section of the zoning resolution was put in place precisely for these types of properties where you have a sound building that can actually be used residentially and would actually allow the developer to have even more space than they would have if they demolished the building and got rid of the plus of the overbuilt nature of the existing building. So I think that the applicant has to address that issue as well. So
I have to check.
also demolishing the entire building and then having new construction costs for whatever is new is definitely going to be more expensive than doing some kind of a conversion of the existing structure. Now that then takes me down to construction costs. Time and again, we have stated publicly that we want applicants to use Marshall and Swift when talking about construction costs for their scenarios within the financial report. And I believe that this applicant has come before us, and we've even said this to this applicant on other cases.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I don't understand how we have a variance here that shows us several different budget reports that are full of construction costs given to us by a construction estimator. And those construction costs are literally so high that even for the alteration or gut renovation scenario, which should have lower construction costs because part of the building is in place, you've got construction costs that are higher than the Marshall and Swift that they happen to use for the site value when they talk about the existing building. So they do a replacement cost new analysis for the existing building and the site value that shows that for a dormitory, it's $89 a square foot. Yet to gut renovate this, but keep the bones in place, you're talking about at least $160 a square foot in the gut rehabilitation. So it just doesn't make sense to me at all, which then calls into question the cost estimator reports that we didn't want in the first place and really should be cast out. It also complicates an understanding of how much it's going to cost when you even look at the as of right homes, the as of right apartment building scenario. Both of those are new construction ground up and come out to about $329 to $397 a square foot. And then the proposed, which is supposedly part alteration, part new construction, uses some Marshall and Swift cost factors and applies it to the new part of the building apply some of it to the entire building, it's very hard to understand whether or not that's accurate. And an example, which I now want to go back to what I said to put a pin in, which was the proposed apartment sizes of 220 square feet and 380 square feet. When you look at the cost for that proposed, just from the microwave oven combination and the refrigerator for each apartment, they're citing $7,400 per apartment to put in an oven with a microwave on top and a refrigerator, $3,000 for a refrigerator. Now, I purchased retail. You would not be able to fit a $3,000 refrigerator into a tiny apartment like that, nor would you be able to fit a full-size oven and complete microwave into a 200 and, what is that, 200 and, let's go back to the top, 225 square foot studio. It makes no sense. So those are just examples of why I absolutely feel that this application as it is right now is not ready for prime time. Also, you have the as of right apartment scenario and the proposed scenario, both of which have parking spaces, which in an area where parking spaces are prime and premium in New York City, they're not charging $1. There's no conversation whatsoever about the fact that there are parking spaces and whether or not they want to charge monthly or whatever, nothing. It's just completely ignored. And then also we had asked this particular applicant to make sure that their financial reports actually conform with the financial report examples that we put on the internet. And we're not seeing any changing of their report so that it matches the examples that we've given. What I would like them to do is just to, when they drill down to their net operating income, I want them to choose a cap rate and capitalize that net operating income to give us an indication of value. And I would like them to, when they choose the cap rate, to give us the basis for their choice so we could analyze that as well. I don't think we need to see the whole debt service ratio, debt coverage service ratio analysis, because we're not going to make assumptions here as to whether or not the applicant can get certain types of financing. We want to see an analysis that is free and clear of encumbrances. And the other applicants' financial representatives actually use an analysis that doesn't consider the financing, the equity and mortgage ratios. So that's basically my comments.
Thank you. These were questions that I had that I wanted to get a clarification from you, but I forgot to ask those. Thank you for making those clarifications. I also found the cost of the proposed kind of off and the way that analysis, but so you've clarified it, why that difference is, and because of the different sheets that were being applied. Thank you. This is very helpful. Commissioner Shedda.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to say that I have seen in the void folder, I started reviewing this case before the last hearing. So I looked at what was submitted and we started looking at the financials and the proposed and the options. And it was a previous submission for the financials. It did include a 55 unit proposal. In this submission, it was eliminated. And by the way, that previous financials, everything was using Marshall as well. In the current submission, I don't know, I was anticipating that probably the renovation, we can argue that we can find everything in the Marshall Swift, so that we're gonna do the renovation using the budget report and then the new construction using the Marshall Swift. What happened is actually the opposite. You look at the renovation, it's done using Marshall and Swift, but when you look at the new construction, it's budget report. We have mentioned this tons of times. I recall in the Edgewater case for the same applicant, we told them.
We can't mix the two.
No. I'm saying, I'm giving an example. In one of the cases, we indicated that please do not change what you submitted unless this board directed you to do so. We switched from the December 2024 submission financials to the July submission without the board calling for that. I can't find the reason. The second thing regarding the demolition of the building, the burden of doing that is not just that the developer or the owner is taking a 1 million loss. It's not just the value of the building. It's actually, it is the value of the building plus the demolition cost for that building. So probably it's more than 2 million. It's 2 million plus. So why would someone buy a site with a building that has no value and then pay even for it to knock it down and clear the site? It doesn't make any sense. Then I'll get to my comments regarding the statement of facts. Please describe the waivers in the statement of facts. I couldn't find like the description for the waivers. On the drawings, name the elevation views in the existing condition drawing set, especially drawing BSA 8. Only 3 elevations provided. Please provide the 4th one and provide sectional views to completely describe the building floor level and the changes for all options. This is on the drawings. Regarding the financials, like I said, Marshall and Swift was used for some options. The budget report was used for others. I please explain the reason for doing that. If you look at the cost in the as of right community facility office, it's 9.4 million given $149 per square foot. And that was using the budget report. And if you look at the same option using Marshall and Swift in the submission before, the cost wasn't 9.4, it was 7.5 million. It's about 2 million less. So the cost jumped in this submission by about 20+% without no reason. The only reason I feel like they switched from Marshall and Swift to the budget report is to jack up the cost. This is, if they have another reason, please explain it to us. And then in the current financial, the cost of the 99 studio and 1 bedroom is 13.4, with the rate of income is 8.9, almost 8.8%. If you look at the previous submission again, the December 2024 financials, the cost for this option was 14.6 million, meaning that's more, it's more than the current cost, but the rate of income or return is less, it's 6.6, so that something doesn't make sense. And again, it's all about why you changed or switched from the Marshall and Swift to the budget report. And like I said, that in the December 2024 submission in the financials, there was a 55-unit proposal, and it was valid using Marshall and Swift. The cost was 7.6 million. The rate of income was 4.4. That gives me like an impression. If you look at that option, which is a residential option, without adding even a brick on top of the building, nothing on top of the building, 55 unit, the rate of income is 4.4. If you like squeeze that cost a little bit, if you look at the cost that they submitted, I believe this option could fly. So I would like them to include that option in the next financial submission and look into the feasibility of that. I'm not sure why it was eliminated in this submission. They just excluded it. So I don't know why is that. On the findings, on the building obsolescence, I'm not sure about the obsolescence of the building. The building seems from the pictures they submitted, it's in good structural health. An obsolete building functionally means that you have a building with the spaces that if you want to modify these spaces, you got to go to the structural elements, knock some structural elements down, which make you like accrue significant cost of doing that. If I have a space like this and it has cubicles for us, and I want to using like, let's say wood partitions or like sheetrock partitions, and you want to switch this space into like two or three apartments, you could just knock down the sheetrock and put whatever partitions you want. Obsolescence, especially the functional one, means that in order for you to change the space configuration within that building, you need to do significant structural work to achieve that. This is not the case in this building. If you look at, again, if you look at that proposed and you look at the 55-unit proposal, The changes inside are not significant. They are using the same spaces. So and this is an existing building. It's an old building. It's not used for 10 years or more. And in order for you to renovate it and use it for residentials, it makes sense that you're gonna spend money to do that. Spending money to renovate that building and convert it into residential doesn't mean that the building is obsolete. It just means that it's like any other building. You need to put money in it to convert it or alter that building. So I'm not buying the argument of the functional obsolescence. Unless, like I said, unless if they want to, if the changing of the configuration of the building is gonna accrue them significant cost, which I don't see right now, that's a different story. But based on the picture they submitted, based on the views I looked at, the building from outside sounds like it's a sound building. It's not a dilapidated building or a falling down building. It's a sound building structure. On the graded change, they cited in the statement of facts is 46 feet. Number one, this is a site with an existing building. The graded change, if you're gonna utilize the same building, is out of play. Do not talk to us about the graded change. Second, even if you have an existing site, and I'm saying this to educate all of us, if we have an existing site, let's say vacant site, and it has graded changes, people do not look at the maximum grade and minimum grade. We usually take it by frontage. So we say along this frontage, the grade changes such. Along this frontage, because this is how the foundation and the excavation, which is impacted by the graded change, is laid out. You lay out the foundations along you don't take the minimum elevation, the maximum elevation, and then put a foundation in between. No, we take it frontage by frontage. And if you look at the frontages and the graded changes along them, they are from probably 9 feet along Daniel, I believe, to 30 feet along the other frontage. It's not 46 at all. So, and again, the graded change in this case, if the building is gonna.
Commissioner Shetta, I'm going to, the grade change language in this case has been used from the zoning point of view. And it is based on the way Hillside Preservation District analyzes it. And it also is based on what is called the base plane. So when you have a grade difference of certain percentage.
I want to say
there
this
is-
time.
there is
I
a
got that.
Yeah.
I got that. Yes, I got it.
Okay.
But I'm told, yes.
Because
I
that
understand
makes,
that.
that makes certain floors to be basements or cellars.
Yes.
Versus,
And
Yeah.
in certain areas, they have to leave him without putting something like a building on it or
so
something.
it's not about the structural construction. It's
But
more
if you look
from
at
zoning
these
point of
areas,
view.
the areas that right now they are leaving alone, they are very limited there. It's not significant portion of the site.
Yeah, right. There are two little corners that we
Yes,
left.
the
Yeah.
steep
So
areas are
because
not.
of the steep, yeah.
Yes. So what I'm saying is the graded change argument, when it comes to the building and the reconfiguration of the building, is irrelevant because the building is existing. The excavation is done, the foundation is there. When it comes to the steepness, I don't see like a significant impact of that on the development as a whole. And regarding the shape of the lot, they say it's a pistol shape zoning lot. Yes, it is. But so what? Again, the building is there, and this is huge lot. If someone has a lot with this side, and he argues about the shape, I don't know what is the point. Even if we're talking about new construction, it's that the shape is not impacting that. I would understand that if I have like a 2,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet lot, and it's irregular, it's a trapezoidal or something irregular, I would understand that the impact could include limiting the floor area, making some spaces skewed, like not completely rectangular. So I would understand that in a case of a small lot. In a big lot where the building could be like suited in like on the site without being impacted with the shape, I don't see like any relevancy of the shape to the construction. So on the A, I'm not there. A finding, I'm not there. And consequently on the B, on the neighborhood character, I'm very concerned about the proposed height of the building and the addition. I'm not in favor of adding a brick on top of this building. And regarding C, I believe using, like the self-creating, I will defer to, Commissioner Brown on evaluating this. And E, on the E, I believe we're far from being like close to the minimum value.
Okay, I want Commissioner Otley, sorry, Commissioner Yoon to finish, then I want to just rebut on a couple of statements made. Go ahead, Commissioner Yoon.
Okay, thank you. Just to start, as Commissioner Sheta had asked to describe the waivers in the statement, one of the general statements made is that this is a use and bulk waiver. I don't believe this is a use variance anymore, as multifamily is permitted in an R3A after the passing of zoning for housing opportunity. And I make that statement because some of the objection letters we received still understand R3A to be limited to single or two-family detached, or, you know, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what was permitted prior to ZHO, but multifamily is now permitted on this site, and so I don't believe this is a use variance. It's just a bulk and density variance. I think that the density currently permitted allows up to 45 apartments. So a lot has been said about the findings. I will go through this quickly. For A, I actually agree with the chair that there is an argument for the A finding that this building is potentially functionally obsolete due to its configuration and the narrowness of the floor plates. But I immediately want to go to the E finding. Everyone has mentioned this. The units are far smaller than anything I've ever seen proposed, even for when I've worked on supportive housing micro units with assisted living. These kinds of units proposed are, as Commissioner Otley Brown said, almost uninhabitable. If you start placing furniture on the plans, I'm not sure that you can make it actually function. And that goes to the minimal variance because the density that's being asked, I think, is too high. I do believe that, as the chair said, we need a as of right and even a lesser variance scenario proposed where the building is retained and a multifamily building with adequately sized units for multifamily are proposed here. And I think that that will certainly impact the B finding. On the C, I'm jumping around here. The C finding, I agree with the chair and I disagree with the vice chair here. I walked around the neighborhood. The hill continues to go up as you go north on Daniel Low Terrace. And at the top of that hill, which is less than a block away, there's a 6-story multifamily building that seems to have a basement as well. So that would, I believe, sit taller than this building. And there are just as many multifamily buildings adjacent to this building as there are single-family homes. So the context to me feels like there's room for, there's room here for neighborhood character. I did not find it that it would be out of the context. So I think that covers AEC. The B follows the E, and then the D finding I was satisfied with. The ownership chart had been provided. A couple of other comments. For the community board, if anyone is listening, it would have been less confusing for me, at least, if you had followed the report and listed the number of votes, both for and against. It appears that the vote was tied, or that it was hard for me to understand based on the different documents how the actual vote was conducted and what the actual numbers were. And maybe I misread that. So let's see. I also had a question about the tree credit calculation, which is specific to the Hillside Preservation District. It talks about the 17 existing trees equal 67 tree credits. The Hillside Preservation District has these tree credit calculations in an effort to preserve the existing greenery in this area. So if you could explain a bit more about how 17 existing trees equal 67 tree credits and how you are complying, that would be helpful for me. And then the discussion in the statement about whether city planning certifications are necessary, I thought that was very clear in the statement of facts that they are not needed here. And when I reviewed that section in chapter 119, I also thought that this site does not need CPC certifications based on the current proposal. But just that from the earlier discussion that you guys were having, I thought that was made very clear and prosecuted well in the statement, given that this is such a specific special zoning district.
Yeah, and if I'm, Commissioner Yoon, the reason I had brought it up, I wasn't 100% sure, so I just wanted to make sure, but also didn't know if it affected, if an as-a-right scenario with new construction, if,
Right.
if
That-
having to comply with that also
be
affects
impacted.
the project.
That's true, and I certainly won't say I'm an expert on it. I found that a lot of the certifications tend to apply to tier 2 sites, which are much steeper than the one that we're looking at, which is a tier 1 site. But there are a number of specific modifications that may be impacted in a different proposal. So I'll say for this current proposal, I thought they were clear about not needing those certifications.
Yeah, mine was more of a warning to the applicant, measure twice, cut once,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
make sure. Because
Understood.
we, again, are not waiving that. If
Yes.
in the end it is required, we just make sure now.
Got it. That's all I had.
No, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your very thorough review and your reasons. I just have to say my reason for obsolescence on this one is really mostly around the width of the unit, the floor plate. Typical, this layout is even for dorm rooms, modern day dorm rooms, they generally require a floor plate a little bit wider than that. Typical apartment building, double loaded corridor tends to be 60 to 75 foot wide. Dorms tend to be like 55 foot wide, double loaded. In this case, it's 40 feet, double loaded. But that is what the applicant is proposing because they're trying to retrofit the existing building, maintaining the corridor and trying to double load it. But that is applicant's decision, but we are asking for an as-of-right scenario to show how other configuration within this as-of-right for market rate units of different unit sizes and mix can be accommodated on this, because I, for one, I definitely do not think we can assume that this would be for seniors just because the unit sizes are so small. They're so small, and I'm sure this is targeting the seniors in this Staten Island area, but it is these are too small for someone who has lived in homes for a long time. All of a sudden to move into these micro units. So I do think some reality check has to happen with regards to the unit sizes in analyzing this and in even proposing it, let alone analyzing it and marketing it subsequently, should it pass. But it seems from the discussion, there is a long hurdle that the applicant has to cross and respond to these questions. Thank you.
Ms. Benke, say
Ms.
this-
Benke, yes.
Hi, one more thing I wanted to note, because I reviewed the outstanding comments for seeker. There was some errors in the shadows section, so once those are responded to, this will need shadows review from parks due to the park across the street. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think this was the last.
Yeah,
one.
this is the last one. So this concludes the public review session. We will commence the public hearing.
So do you want to take a lunch and then resume the
Do a
public
half
hearing? Do you want to do half an hour now and then? Okay, let's do half an hour. So it's 11:35. So we will meet at 12:05.
Okay. Resume at 12 o'clock, 12:05, ladies and gentlemen.
12:05.
We're going to take a lunch break.
agenda on your. I put a copy of the agenda on your desk. I was gonna bring it in there. When you first went in, I thought, I know.
That is genuine.
It is.
Coming in short notice, so
No, right. Something to look at, yeah. Where are we? What are we talking about? What's that? He had arrived a little bit ago. Unmuted. Got it.
Yeah, I don't know, I heard talking.
Mike's on.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to proceed. Ms. Matias, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 12th, 2025. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items 2024 51BZ, 1983 54th Street, Brooklyn. I'm assuming this is, who's this one? Alexia Landsman.
I've let her in.
Why is the screen with the hearing thing on? Jill, can you remove Ms. Pranga, can you remove the public hearing screen? Thank you.
Hello. I believe there might be someone else in the waiting room. Is there a Yehuda?
Yehuda Landera?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Do you see?
Yes, Yehuda Landera.
Oh, okay.
And as well as Dominique from IMC.
Dominic Casale?
He's the architect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you let.
Okay. Do you have them all in? Wait. Yehuda's, Miss Lander or whoever is, Mr. and Mrs. Lander.
Mr. Lander.
Yes, there might be more in the waiting room. Mr. Gottman and Mr. Klein.
Is this part of the team?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need everybody?
I don't think we do. I think we can get started. If there's any questions they need to answer, we can let them in. But
Because they have to be sworn in.
They'll
that's the
have to be
issue.
sworn in, so you need to let us know.
Okay, so
when you
Lipa
need them.
Klein is also part of the team?
Who?
Lipa Klein?
that's correct.
And who else?
Moses Gutman.
Moses Gutman?
I believe that's the team.
Okay, we're
And
good?
Is Yehuda? Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
Yehuda's there.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Lander.
I just want to make sure everybody that we asked is in,
Lynn.
was asked. I don't see Mr. Yehuda again. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Mr. Gutman, could you unmute, raise or put your video on? Thank you, sir. Who else are we looking for?
It would be Dominic Casal.
Dalek Casal is there. I see him.
Lipa Klein. Moses Gutman.
Moses Gutman, the gentleman is there, and Miss Klein.
Okay.
I don't see, do you see her?
Miss Klein.
Mr. Lipa Klein, I don't believe he's here. Is he in the waiting room?
In.
Oh, it's a gentleman. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, I did let,
We let her in. but I
yeah,
don't understand what's
let
going on.
Mr. Klein, right? It's.
Yes.
This way we have everybody in case they have to talk or anything. We haven't done it once. Doesn't.
All right.
seem- Can we begin
Can we
without
proceed without
Mr.
Klein?
Klein?
Because I've let the person in. I'm not sure what's going on.
I think we should proceed.
Okay, so could the other members of the team unmute so I can swear you in? Thank you.
Oh, Lipa Klein is also there now.
Okay. There is.
Yeah. Lipa Klein is there. I see.
Can you
them
unmute?
Participating, but I don't see the video.
Yeah, that video. Yep,
Mr.
good?
Klein is also there.
good. Okay. So everyone, could you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Landsman, you're the lead. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sure. My name is Alexia Landisman from Sheldon Lobel PC. On behalf of the applicant, I'm joined by Dominique Casal, who is the architect on the project, Mr. Lander, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Gutman, who are the applicants. We have attended the executive session and have heard the board's comments. With regards to the parking, we will clarify the parking portion on the statement of facts and resubmit that to the board. I believe the board also had some clarifying questions about the plans. And so with that, I'm going to just hand it over to Mr. Casale to go through those comments.
Before we go to Mr. Casal, I was looking at the submission that we received today regarding the preliminary parking study. And I was looking at the analysis that's been done for the parking regulation summary. So I'm looking at, this is the printout. I'm looking at page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 page. The table is, it starts with table 1, parking regulation summary. And then it, then in the parking condition assessment, it goes into table 2, where it shows the existing condition on street parking utilization summary is 116%. And with restriction, it's the utilization is 105%. What to me is a little bit confusing and not clear from the submission is that table 4, which is with action, shows that the minimum parking space that would be available on Tuesdays between 9 to 10 a.m. is 73, which is contradictory to the utilization study, which has been done between, which is based on the parking regulation summary between the hours of 8:30 to 10 a.m. when the utilization is overutilization. There is no parking space available. So I'm confused as to where the 73 number is coming from between the hours of 9 to 10 a.m. when the analysis that you have provided in table 3 shows 105% utilization rate. So, and it says that percentage of existing space that is available is 24%, which is contradicting the 105% utilization rate. So there's something wrong in this analysis. So that needs to be clarified, needs to be revised, and needs to be addressed.
No problem.
You don't have your traffic consultant with you, but
He sent that over this morning, so I believe he's going to need to take a look at it before he can revise it.
And the reason I'm saying is that until I have that clarification, I cannot close today, even if we are fine with the rest of the waivers. Okay? Because that is part of the finding.
So then,
I think it's one of the waivers that is asked. And until I'm convinced by the availability of the spaces and the analysis shows contradictory information, I cannot close.
so can I ask that we can revisit this question after the rest of the cases, just so we have, so we can close today if there's an opportunity to clarify this?
I'm not guaranteeing anything, but
No.
I'm just letting you know.
Yes, absolutely. And if I can ask the board to just hold this case open until the very end of the day, I can get in touch with the traffic consultant and ideally he'd clarify this so we can maybe take a vote today to close.
Okay, all right, proceed.
Okay. And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to Dominic.
Thank you, Alexia. Good afternoon, board. I'm going to go through our understanding of the comments. If I misrepresent or miss something, just please feel free to stop me. I'll go through the comments as we receive them. The first comment regarding the lot coverage calculation discrepancy, noted regarding the first floor plan being smaller in area. However, because of some street wall articulation for design purposes, the first floor has a couple of ins and outs, and the second floor actually has a larger footprint. So based on the definition of lot coverage, it's from looking from above straight down. So technically it's a little larger. So that 78% is correct. However, I believe it's like there's like 6 square feet off from the lot coverage total, but it will reflect the second floor area. So we can revise that. And
I just want to look at the plans. I'm just going to pull out the plans.
Sure. I can share my screen also if
Yeah,
you'd like.
that would be great if you can.
Okay, good. All right, so can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So you'll see here that on the first floor area diagrams, we're at the 4,734 number, which is down here at the bottom. And you'll see there's like some, it's a kind of superficial, there's some ins and outs at the entryways and here at the second floor that are set in, as well as along the 54th Street side. And if you'll see when you come up to the second floor, that kind of straightens out
Okay.
and you end up with a little bit larger. So technically, this is our lot coverage.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for that. clarification.
No problem. Second item was building height and bulkhead height. So you correctly noted that our elevations did not have the heights. We will add that in. I just did want to note that it is represented on both the sections on page A301. We have the overall height, and then we have the overrun of the elevator, which is this height here. And that's also shown on the 002 page, which is the
So you're
zoning.
jumping very quickly.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. So our elevations don't have the heights as you noted. That was correct. But they are noted the overall building height of 50 feet and the elevator overrun height, which is plus 19 from that 50, are indicated on the section, both section drawings.
Yeah.
And the
Just do
zoning
me a favor, save me from doing the math, just indicate the height.
total.
You are seeking a waiver of the street walls. I need to know the exact height of the street wall that you're proposing. And so that line has to be clearly indicated.
Okay. It is that 50 feet, but I can give you a total including the bulkhead, even though it's not how overall height is per code is defined. But I will give that to you, and we will update the elevations also. They're void of that information.
Yeah.
Just more illustrative, but we can definitely add
Right.
that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The next question was regarding the ADA bathrooms that we have on 3 and 4. I believe the question was if it's code required that they be unisex in addition to a multi-store stall. The answer is no. There's not a code requirement. This was more preference. I will note that based on occupant load, we do need 3 fixtures. So if we did eliminate, the women's, I think my understanding for my client is that the unisex are preferred over the multi-stall. So if we did get rid of the multi-stall, we would still need another 2 unisex. So no, it's not code required. The unisex is preferred, and we kind of have a combination of both to meet the minimum fixture requirement.
Okay.
Next question was regarding the elevated roof structure. So I'm going to go to the section drawings here. And you noted that there is in section a note for this sloped elevated roof. So basically, this is almost like a duplicate roof that collects the rainwater and then diverts it to the mikvah pool. And then there's a process by which the rainwater is introduced into the mikvah pool water. And it's not at a large quantity, from my understanding, but it is necessary for the religious process. So this roof it's not necessarily a structure. The best way I can explain is it's a redundant roof because the main roof surface, right? We can't use the rainwater collected there. It has to be on a kind of secondary roof. So it's not higher than the parapet. We are showing it in both the sections, and we are showing it in plan here.
Well, it is 8 foot higher. That means 4 foot higher than the parapet.
It
On the
is,
section, it seems. it's
yes,
8 foot
correct.
roof. So it's
Correct.
4 foot taller than the parapet. What I need to know, because it's not shown in the elevations at all.
No.
And we are looking at the neighborhood context. So as part of that, we do need to understand what are these other structural things that adds to the visual elements of it. And is it for the entirety of the roof, or is it for the portion of it roof, or is it, you have to give me a little bit, and the diagram you need to show as to what that is. It's
I
not,
can give you more information. That's fair comment.
it's not clear. Is it is it like a concrete wall that is going to hold it? And so therefore the walls are going to go up from the parapet to the height of 8 foot along that perimeter where that roof is? Or is it going to stand on columns or pillars or in the middle, or what is it? You
Fair.
need to give us more
Yeah.
information on all of those.
Fair. I'll
And we
confirm
need
the
to
height.
Automatically show it in the elevations and in the plans and in the sections.
Noted. Valid. Will give you some more information there, and I'll confirm the height. I'm not sure. I know we're showing 8 feet here. I'll just confirm with the client that it does have to be this high. I think it can be lower, but I'll give you that information.
Lower
Yes.
would be much preferred, please.
Yep,
Try
yep.
to keep to the low side. We recognize the need for it, but do not exceed what you don't need.
Yeah, understood. Understood. Okay, next comment was regarding the elevator access. So plans could have been a little clearer. So I understand the question. The elevator 1, which is this elevator here, does not open. Elevator 1 services the mikveh areas and the roof. So cellar 1, 2. No access on 3 and 4, and then it does access roof. So it kind of bypasses 3 and 4. And the reason we did that, which might seem a little backwards, but there's reason. The reason we did that was because elevator 1 is further back from the street wall, and we just wanted to minimize the impact or the area of non-compliance. So 1 goes to the roof instead of 2 going to the roof, because then we would have been above that sky exposure and not permitted obstruction. So what we'll do, I think it's represented on 4. We have on the 4th floor, we have no access at this floor. We will do the same thing on 3, just to be clear that there's no access on this floor.
Yeah, actually 3 shows no access, and whereas 4 shows the access. I thought it should be
Yeah.
the other way around.
Yeah, it's so we're not being consistent. So that's our fault here. But so we will remove the door. So 4 has the door, but a note with no access. 3 has no door, but no note with no access. So we'll be consistent, and we'll fix that.
Okay, so just so I understand, will the elevator open onto the 3rd floor? Because that is the floor for the women.
It will not. Only elevator 2, which is completely dedicated to 3 and 4. Elevator 1, is only for the mikveh areas, and that was done on purpose.
So it is my understanding that women would not, in that case, take elevator 2 because you want to maintain the privacy and of the. So in that case, women will be taking the stairs then to the 3rd floor because there is no exclusive elevator taking them to the 3rd floor. This is not elevator 2 is not an exclusive elevator.
Elevator 2. So let me just go down to.
Elevator 2 is a common elevator. It's going to be used by everybody.
This will be used for the
For
3rd
the
and 4th.
administration purposes and
Yeah,
for
third and 4th.
staff, everybody. Whereas elevator
1 is for the mikveh.
women. So that's why I was a little confused, and I thought, okay, so does that mean elevator 1 is supposed to open on 3rd to allow women who are going to attend the discourses that is going to be offered on the 3rd floor for women will access it? It seems they will have to take the stairs because they cannot take elevator 2.
My understanding of how the intention behind the 2 elevators was elevator 1 would be dedicated strictly to mikveh, and that it was more critical that the mikveh program didn't mix with the educational or component of the classroom component of the building.
Okay,
so 1 does not go. 1 is strictly mikveh. 2 strictly 3 and 4.
So women will use 3 and 4. Women will use elevator 2 to access the 3rd floor.
Correct.
Okay, can you put that in the statement that this is how the elevators will function?
Sure. Yes, I'll make sure.
Yeah. Also, I'd just like to note, I believe Kevin Corte, the environmental consultant, has joined the meeting. He may be in the waiting room.
Okay.
What's his name?
Kevin Corte?
No, it just came up. Kevin Corte.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There he is. Okay, he's in.
He's in?
Yeah, so we can go to him afterwards. I just wanted to make sure he was added. Okay.
The next comment was regarding the window note on the plans that they be obscured and non-operable. We do have this note, albeit it's a little hidden, and also it doesn't note that they're non-operable. That just notes that they will be obscured. So we will add the note that they will also be non-operable. But we did hear your comments and we did add the note, but we'll make it a little more easily identifiable on the plans, and we'll add the language that they'll be non-operable.
Yeah.
And Sure. And then regarding, we were missing rear and side elevations, noted. There will be fairly blank, but we will provide them, at least along the side. The rear will have some fenestration, but we'll add them. And the tree, there was a comment made on the existing tree pit, so I'm just going to go to the site plan.
Yeah.
Actually, let me go to the survey then. The site plan. So the survey is showing an existing tree and then an empty pit.
Yeah.
So on our site plan, we are going to plant the pit, and the existing tree is going to remain.
Okay.
So this is good. We had this noted. And I think that addresses all of the comments. But if I missed anything, let me know. I'm happy to go through it.
Yes, thank you. I think it is critical. I get the answer on the roof thing, the water. That is critical also to the finding. And I need to know that.
Mr. Lander has his hand up.
I need it more graphically and understand the structure and other aspect of it because that goes to the finding. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Lander.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention about the raised roof. Usually the rabbis are okay with 6.5 feet above the original roof. It doesn't have to go up 8 feet.
Okay, 6 to 6.5 feet, you said?
Yeah,
And, okay, and is it one entire, surface?
yes, it's one big surface sitting on a, usually it sits on the structural beam, so the walls don't have to go up with it. But
Yehuda will confirm we need this area, but this is how we have it currently
Right.
depicted on the drawings. I'll work with the team to show the height and composition, how it's supported, and if this size is what we need.
So my direction will be at no point you increase the parapet height to 6 foot or to 6.5 foot, whichever. I would prefer it to be lower, but either way, the walls of the parapet should not go up beyond what is shown. So if you have this floating roof, if I were to call it, you have to provide some whatever structural support, as Mr. Lander is saying, structural beam that would be located maybe in the midpoint somewhere to accommodate it, so that you are keeping the parapet wall height of 4 foot all along the perimeter. Is that possible?
We'll talk to the structural team, and I will identify where those columns are, for you guys.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments? I do want since Mr. Kevin Corte is here, can we talk about the transportation part of the traffic analysis that has been submitted?
Okay, can I swear him in?
Yes.
Mr. Corte, I
Yeah.
need to swear you in first. You raise your
Yes.
right- Raise your right, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Kevin Corte.
Chair, I believe Kevin joined the meeting so quickly that if you don't mind repeating the question with regards to the parking, I think that would be very helpful.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Landesman, for so quickly bringing your consultant, and thank you, Mr. Corte, on a short notice to join us. So I was looking at the submission that has been made. I saw it after the hearing, so I only reviewed it very quickly during lunch break. Now, as part of the preliminary parking study, there is a table 1, which lists all the parking regulation summary between the hours of 8:30 and 10 a.m. And then there is table 2 and 3, which is showing the existing conditions of the on-street parking utilization summary, one with restriction, one without restriction. So the with restriction is the most relevant one. And in that, it shows that the capacity of all of these spaces seem to be exceeding the percentage utilization. I mean, when I'm looking at the existing condition on-street utilization summary percentage, it's 116%. So it is overutilized. So what to me is not clear is going from this analysis to table 4, which is the with action utilization, where you are analyzing only 9 to 10 a.m. And then you're saying during that 9 to 10 a.m. Tuesday, 73 parking spaces are available. However, this operation is going to be operating Sunday through Friday. Especially the community facility portion, I'm less concerned about the mikvah because I'm convinced, I'm satisfied with the response that's been given. The mikvah users will be dropped off or will be walking. But the morning utilization, there is a chance of using cars and an estimate is 18. So I'm not very clear how the parking utilization tables that's been submitted here is justifying that there is availability of space to accommodate the projected 18 parking spaces for this site. That's the clarification I need.
Sure. So we chose the Tuesday 9 to 10 p.m. spot because that is the time frame in which there are the most restrictions and therefore the fewest available parking spaces. So that 1 hour chunk on the Tuesday represents the point in time in the study area where there is the least available parking because of those restrictions. Based on the transportation analysis that we presented in the EAS, we've estimated a building occupancy of that time, that specific hour time of 72. And based on the modal split surveys that we conducted or determining how people were getting to and from the space, we estimated that about 25% of those trips that would be generated during that hour would be vehicle trips. So that's where we get the 18 number from. It represents 25% of that hour's total. And that hour is representative of the moment in time in which there are the least amount of parking spaces. During that window, because of the school drop-off zone restrictions and the other street cleaning schedules, that's where we see the reasonable worst case or the period where there's the highest utilization. And we point to adjacent parking outside of that quarter-mile study area, particularly on 20th Avenue, where there is frontage on Washington Cemetery, as available parking that is not included in the totals that are presented in that traffic count. So typically, a seeker parking analysis would take a half-mile parking radius. That's about the extent to which people are comfortable generally parking from their destination. This study looked at a quarter mile because of the smaller amount of traffic that was generated. So we're saying in the conclusion section of that report that there are additional parking spaces in that larger radius, and specifically for this site, the Washington Cemetery frontage on 20th Avenue represents a space where there are fewer restrictions and where there's parking spaces available.
Well, it's not very clear from the narrative, so if you can fix that.
We can add additional details to make that clearer, of course.
Yeah, I think your what you stated here was much clearer than what's stated here. So if you could just revise it.
We'll be sure to add that.
But within the quarter mile area, you're saying there is parking available, especially on 20th. Is that how I'm to understand this?
There is an overutilization within the quarter mile study area, but we're saying that adjacent in the greater half mile study
That's
area.
the confusing part because the text only refers to the 20 quarter mile.
That's right. So
Right.
we'll clarify that we're.
Does not discuss beyond the quarter mile and what's available. That is not clear from the statement, from the documents provided here. So I'm basing it on the quarter mile analysis, which shows 116% utilization.
That's correct.
So you're jumping in your analysis on the pages. So please do revise that and show how beyond the quarter mile there is capacity and therefore this could be accommodated.
We'll be sure to make that clearer in the report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining in on such a short notice.
Thank you very much. We'll send that right over.
Yeah. Okay. My questions have been answered. Any questions for the team? Public? Okay. Let's go to the public.
We're gonna go to the public. Thank you, Jayla. The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-51BZ, 1983 54th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-923-2412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling out on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized in any form, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Okay. How much time, Ms. Landisman, your team will need to correct all these information?
So I
There's no hearing. This is the only hearing in August, so.
that's fine.
Okay.
I need
Do
to,
it correctly.
sorry?
I said, take your time, do it correctly.
Right. So I believe that, Dominic, I believe your team needs, well, actually, you let me know. How long does your team need to finalize these plans?
Give us a week or so.
Okay. And once the plans are submitted, Mr. and Mrs. Friedman need some time to just revise the programmatic needs report for that.
I think they need to. That's okay. Don't need to revise it. Programmatic need is a moment in time, and you established a programmatic need, and these changes do not affect the programmatic need elements at all.
Great. So then I believe, and then Kevin, how long do you need to revise your parking report?
We can have it to you same day.
Okay.
So you have I just want to make sure you have the information beyond the quarter mile to make that assessment also.
We'll be relying on mainly satellite imagery for that. We won't do a field study to assess that. So we'll describe in the narrative that there are additional parking spaces beyond that quarter mile.
All right.
So with that, I asked the board that we are put on at the closest possible availability.
All right, no one called and no one raised their hands. So.
Okay. So you need to revise the SECRA. You need to revise SECRA. DAC is still open. I think a draft has been provided, but you need to formally make that submission. And the drawings and other things would need to be revised, and the parking analysis would need to be revised also based on today's discussion.
Kevin, how long would it take you to get those documents over?
So we would only be needing to change the floor area totals if there are changes to the total gross square footage and zoning square footage, which it sounds like there will be. That's a relatively quick change. We don't have any pending outside agency review. So everything would be managed internally. We have resubmitted the DAC, which I think just needed minor editorial changes. So that's been completed already. So once we have the totals from the updated plans, we should be able to submit within the next couple of days.
You want to do September 8th, 9th? September 8th.
Okay, is everybody satisfied in terms of closing and keeping the record open for these additional submissions?
You want to do a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to close with the record open for the submission of the revised site plan, statement of facts, transportation, the EAS, and
Revised parking study.
Revised parking study. And with regards to the roof, I would very much appreciate, and it would be really helpful for board to get some samples, visual samples of what a roof, the water roof looks like. Would be very helpful. So if you can provide that. Unfortunately, we have a lot of cases that are that have been closed and have been scheduled for decision. So I'm going to recommend that we call this for September 28
September
decision.
29th.
September 29 decision. So we'll close it. We will vote on it on September 29.
Submission date is 9/11.
So, yeah, submission date is 9/11.
Okay.
Okay.
If anything opens up, please let us know, but we will take the earliest possible availability. So thank you.
Noted. We,
Motion,
yeah,
motion to close, Chair Shonda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
And I want to thank the team for A, educating us, and B, being very responsive to the comments that we had raised at the last hearing. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
you.
Commissioners, thank you for listening and for working with us on this, and also for being very flexible today with the parking questions. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, move on.
Yeah.
The next case?
Yeah.
Item number 25, 2024-59BZ, 1343, 1353 50th Street, Brooklyn.
This would be Mr. Goldstein.
Mr. Golson.
Mr. Goldstein, is there anybody else from your team?
Hi, Jay Goldstein. No, just me today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
You state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicants. We attended the review session and we thank the board for their comments. With regard to the analysis of the reduction at the upper floors to continue the setbacks that are provided at the lower floors, or that exist at the lower floors, we'll have to sketch it out and analyze to see what the exact loss would be, to see if it's something that is feasible. Because I think the upper floors have different size classrooms, different requirements for the students, and it also wouldn't line up exactly with the two classrooms that are directly below it, but we'll sketch it out and we'll provide an analysis of the same. With regard, Vice Chair Shabeta, with regard to the trash calculations and the trash storage, it is proposed in the cellar of the proposed plans, and we do provide the analysis on page 7 of the statement of facts. With regards to the cafeteria and the kitchen spaces, I don't recall this being a conversation at the last hearing or a follow-up that I had to address, because we provided the room schedule and room utilization, which showed how the rooms were fully utilized and fully repurposed throughout the day. And I believe the board was okay with that at the time. They are, as you can see, utilized continuously and fully throughout the day. Commissioner Shadow, with regard to the spans, I think best to have my engineer provide a letter in response explaining their analysis of the spans and the need for that extra foot and change at each floor, or at the 4th and 5th floor rather. So if you'll indulge us, we'll provide a letter in writing with response to that issue. And then Commissioner Yoon, with respect to the bus parking, I can provide you with the lease for the parking going forward. I don't know what was on the street at the time of your visit. There are a number of schools on this block, so I can't, account for them. We'll provide you with the lease and the operational plan for the buses going forward.
Just out of, in terms of a good neighbor, I believe the school next to it is also falls under the same umbrella organization of the school that you're representing. I can't speak for the other schools, but just as a good neighbor, good thought, it would be wonderful if the schools under the same umbrella organization can work together to at least address the bus parking on the street during non-drop-off pickup periods, and
We will.
relocating it somewhere else.
I think that's a high school though, so I don't believe they have buses, but I'll double check and we'll confirm that we can try and accommodate if there are buses.
There are names of the operators on every bus, which is why I counted the ones that were for Bias Esther.
I see.
Right.
And then the ones across the street are for Yeshiva Jeshoda
Right.
Torah. I don't know what school that is, but that's why I did not count those as part of my count. It's
Understood.
clearly labeled with the name of the operator.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, I can't account for what was happening at the time of your visit. I can just give you give you the bus parking lease and the operational plan going forward.
Yeah, that would be great.
Regarding the spans, for me, it's instead of the letter, or if he wanna submit a letter, I'm okay with that. But if we're gonna get a letter, we need to get the structural plans as well for the fourth and the fifth, and then let's say the third or the lower floor, so we can see the difference.
Okay, I will endeavor to give that.
And if he believes he doesn't need that increase, just have him modify the plan and like reduce the height of the building and we're done.
Okay, I will discuss it with them. I know that they switched the plans to this higher, the higher floor to ceilings because they felt they needed it to ensure the clear span for the students, but we'll analyze it and we'll address it.
Do you know roughly what was the thickness of the old, like, roof?
I don't have that information, no, but I can get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-59 BZ 1343, 1353 50th Street in Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-923-2412 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. How much time do you need?
As soon as possible, so we can try for the September 11th and September 29th hearing.
Okay,
You want to do the 29th, 30?
yeah,
Okay. Are we closing?
unfortunately, we can't close because
You have secrets, yeah.
some of these questions are outstanding. Ms. Springer, you have your hand up?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to mention, that, you know, we sent this to school safety. We have reached out a few times, but, I'm not clear on whether they will be providing comments.
Okay. I think given that this is an existing school, maybe not. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, we have no open seeker, so
Okay,
if the board is satisfied with the transportation
okay.
Okay,
aspect.
one call, then no one raised their hands. Okay. So move on. Or you want to wait? Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, so Mr. Goldstein, unfortunately, we have to keep it open because we need the answer to those 2 questions. So we'll schedule it for September 29.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Everyone, bye.
Item number 26, 2025-05 BZ 2450 Eli Avenue, the Bronx. This is Elise Fullader.
That would be Ms. Fullader. Anyone else from your team, Ms. Fullader?
Nick Bashimi.
Okay.
Hi, there should be Joseph as well, if you have him, I don't know.
Joseph.
And then a Josh Herman.
Oh, okay.
There's also a Giuseppe Anazzani at.
Yeah, Joseph and Giuseppe are from the same office. I didn't know if they were logged on
Oh.
together.
Joseph D'Amato or Joseph D'Amato?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're both here.
So, oh, you have to swear us in.
Okay, so everyone, could you unmute and this is it?
Yes.
Okay, everyone unmute, raise your right hand so I can swear you all in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
do.
Please state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Need to respond to the board comments at review session. Whoever's the lead.
I get ahead of myself, sorry. Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. I'm here with Giuseppe and Joseph. They're the architect team. Nick is the civil engineering team, and Josh is the traffic engineering team. Giuseppe and Joseph, can you please share your screen you wanted to? And
Sure.
If you can't, I can too, but just give it a try, I guess. And then since Nick has to disappear in 5 minutes, can we talk about the stop signs and where they're located in the bars first?
Okay, you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I highlighted some of the stuff, but I'll let Nick go first.
Oh, okay. Well, I think a lot of it was on the plan. I just wanted
Okay.
to clarify where, if you wanted to point out, or Nick with you point out, I can turn to Nick if you want, where all the stop signs and stop bars are and where they're possible and where they're not. I think Nick had a concern about one of the locations.
Sure. Joe or Giuseppe, not sure who's running the screen. Can you just go to the site plan?
Sure.
Great. So if you just zoom into that the top on the Gun Hill Road curb cut, or just pan over. Would it be easier for me to share?
Yeah, that's really good. Isn't this it?
Yeah, I'll share my screen if that's easier.
Yeah.
That'll be a little easier.
Sure.
Let's see, share the screen. So the first comment was that I just want to talk about was add a stop bar and a sign at each exit. Everybody can see my screen here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we show here proposed stop sign and we show a typical. So that is at every exit point. So we do have the stop bar and we do have the stop sign at each exit point. So that was the first comment. The other comment I did want to talk about, oh, I'm sorry, and we'll also add the stop sign. We can add a stop sign here at the drive-through. That's not a problem. That's an easy ask. My only concern was the stop bar at the crosswalk here. So obviously the way traffic is going to go, you're going to have traffic coming this way and traffic coming this way. So, excuse me, I can put a stop sign and a stop bar here. However, I can't really put a stop sign here, because if I put it over here, it could be blocked by traffic and it's just too far away. Not traffic, excuse me, parking. And obviously we can't put a stop sign within the parking stall. So I could meet that on this side, but on this side it'd be a little more challenging.
Okay. So typically the pedestrian walkway, it would be a very highlight, you would use a yellow, some kind of a thing to make sure
Correct.
it's absolutely visible that
Correct.
this is a pedestrian zone, walk zone, or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, so this could be a yellow striping, and we could even put a stop bar here, like a painted stop bar.
Okay,
But a sign just wouldn't work.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, good.
Well, no problem. Thank you so much. That covers it, right? With the stop signs and stop
Yellow
bars.
painted ped walkway, please make a note that it would be a yellow painted ped walkway.
Yellow painted walkway.
I think that should be sufficient. I don't think you need a stop bar on either side.
Okay.
As long as you maintain a very, very well visually powerful yellow thing. Sometimes, you know, those little things next to they're like they shine at night or something. There's this
Like a reflector?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta see. I don't know if those are ever in really traffic loaded areas. They are usually off to like the sides, like in the shoulders. So I'll look into it. If we can put them in, if they're traffic loaded, we can add them. If not, it'll definitely be the high vis yellow striping.
Okay. So the other questions, I think your team had recommended that no cut through. And I mean, yeah, I can see that possibility here, especially it would be mostly someone from Eli Avenue will turn in and try to go through the East Gun Hill Road 2 exits just to avoid, I don't know why, because you have a fantastic level of service of A and B. But assuming someone does, maybe the best way to go about it, you have a sign at the entrance saying no cut through thing. And then maybe it's something the board can recommend that should you observe something like this, you would consider putting more of a physical, design solution to minimize that. That may be the best way to go about it as more I'm thinking about it.
So at least we want to let,
Josh was gonna speak
that?
about it, but now she's changing she before said a speed bump, so now she's saying maybe a sign there. Do you see a problem with the sign there?
No, we could put the sign, we could back the sign. I could probably put one on each side. My only concern, and I'll let Josh also address it with the sign, is with the no cut through. I don't want somebody thinking that it's not an entry point. That's, just something quick off the top of my head, but I'll let Josh speak to that. I'm sure he has much more knowledge with signage that would be appropriate for this.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. It might be a little bit confusing, but there is a sign that's federally approved that says no through traffic that might be more appropriate. Just shows that, just indicating to drivers that they cannot cut through the site unless they're visiting. If that's something that the board would agree to, that could be added.
I just feel like that's kind of understood almost throughout the city, that you're not supposed to cut across parking lots to beat streetlights. So, it's a law. And so therefore, I think you might introduce more confusion if you then state it. Like if I see something when I'm driving and I see something that says no through traffic, I'm not going to even go because I think it means they don't want me on the street.
Yeah. And so, that's something that we could use. Again, we were saying before, the level of service at the intersections is an acceptable, good level of service. So I don't see that cut through traffic would be much of an issue here, given that, there's no real benefit to cutting through the property. So that would just be, a sign to reiterate that. The other option that that we could propose is a speed bump that I think was mentioned by the board earlier. And that's a possibility if that's what the board prefers, to prevent the cut through traffic, because that should serve as a deterrent as well. It slows people down. They can't just speed through the parking lot.
If you're going to do that, I think the best place is probably before that ped walkway, and where you have that language written, proposed 8-foot by 18-foot ADA, right where your arrow is, somewhere over there.
Do you think people are cutting all the way through the site? And
Yeah.
not
Yeah, I think
through
you'd
that
be more
corner?
concerned with this.
There's an on-ramp to the highway there, so I would have assumed they're cutting, if anyone was gonna cut through, which seems unlikely, but if they were, they'd be cutting through that middle one to get.
I think that is a much more, there are too many maneuverable.
I just don't see an advantage to cutting through to get to Gun Hill Road.
Because
agree.
you avoid that traffic in the, where that intersection is, getting off the ramp and getting onto the ramp and at that time, which again, based on the analysis, you have A and B service, so I'm not even sure it's going to be so much of a deterrence. You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to put it as a recommendation, and I'm not going to make it a condition or indicate it on the plan. As when this site opens and as the business operation goes on, if you see the need for a change, I would say you come back to the board and you say you need it, and we can just amend the plan accordingly.
Okay, no problem.
That
And we could
can-
do something like that by letter, right? Because of the green
Yeah,
light.
yeah, I think that might be a better, because we don't have an issue with this so far. And our concern is more about a lot of the signage and ensuring there's a clear separation of pedestrian and vehicular circulation within the site, which based on this proposed locations of the signs and the coloring, we would be able to achieve that. The throughput vehicles, more I look at the level of service analysis, I don't know. I mean, am I going to go in, cut through, and then immediately make that sharp left to get onto the highway? I don't know.
I think that maneuver is going to take longer than the sweep
And
of.
there's a stop sign.
On Mace Avenue, it's not a street light.
It's not a street
stop
light,
sign.
it's a
Yeah,
stop sign.
Right.
Me as a driver, there's no benefit. to
There is no
cutting through
benefit,
when I just
exactly.
have to pull up to the stop sign, make my right.
Yeah,
turn.
that's true. There is,
No.
there is no light for that entire stretch, even at that intersection of East Gun Hill and off ramp. There is no traffic light, so. I
Right,
think
and
wait as you go and see as and when the site needs it, for your site operational purposes. At that time, you come back to the board and ask for an amendment to the plan. That would be my thought on it.
I think that sounds fine, right, everyone?
yeah,
Let's see what happens.
I
Okay.
appreciate you raising that concern. Unless you insist and you want it, you find the location and you propose it. That's okay. But I'm not going to propose it for you.
I think we're happy with the way that we've all discussed it through, right, everyone? Everybody's happy. Okay,
Definitely.
everybody agrees. We got all the professionals. So I guess, Nick, you can go to your call. Paula, thank you for
All right.
staying with us.
Great, thank you
and-
very much. I'd like to thank the board as well.
And then Giuseppe and Joseph, if you want to share again, you marked up with the other comments.
Yep.
Maybe we can go back to those.
So,
I see you did on the landscape.
Yeah, we
Continue.
heard what was said at the earlier session. So there's a few other comments that were pointed out. One was about the shrubs, this is the landscaping plan. So we do have about 23 shrubs along the Mesa Avenue side. So hopefully that addresses it. And then obviously
I just want a little bit more that fills in the rest of the triangular portion.
Okay, all right, so those shrubs are fine, just additional, some more.
Yeah,
Can
yes.
do that, That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's really what that's the part. I
Okay.
want to reduce the cow paths that could be created.
Got it.
That can create pedestrian conflict between the vehicles, or with the vehicles. So that's why, that's really what I'm trying to achieve by densifying the shrubberies in there so that people won't create a cow path.
I got it. So we can definitely add along this end here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Got it. Right, easy enough. Right, and there was a comment made about adding a note to the plans to make sure that the curb cuts are installed per DOT approved plans and per DOT standards.
Yeah.
So we will do that. And the other.
You had some existing curb cuts located along Eli. Those are going to be closed. So you need to, those notes apply to those curb cuts that are going to be closed also. I see a note that says, oh, I thought there was something I saw an existing curb cut on Eli somewhere further.
No. Well, all the sidewalks are gonna be replaced.
Okay.
We have to follow the builder's pavement plan, and so they're all gonna be replaced. And the
Okay.
curbs as well, so that should solve that problem. We could add another note to make sure that those, I think the curb cuts a little darker down here and here. So we can definitely add some notes and make sure that it's clear on the approved BSA plans that those are being closed up.
Okay, wonderful.
And I think that's, unless I missed anything, I think
then
that's, what else?
Two other things. We don't have exterior lighting right now, or area lights, but we can add that to the plan. We looked into that. So we'll add where the lights will be located. And then we did have a vehicle circulation plan that was smaller, but we can do a larger, the full site maneuverability plan. We can put that into the
Yeah,
plan.
we had the maneuverability. Well, I thought with the concern was this area, but we can definitely add all the others as well. So we had done the maneuverability plan for
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
site.
I was more concerned about how the inflow and outflow of vehicles to the Gun Hill curb cuts will affect any pedestrian flow. So that's why I wanted the full, complete analysis.
Okay, so we will add the same for the other two curb cuts.
Yeah,
we've done
include
that.
them all together. Yeah, don't do
Okay.
them separately, do them all together.
Okay, and I don't think there was anything else, right, Elise?
Yeah, that is all the comments I have with the plans, correct?
Yeah.
Chair, I was just gonna add that we could look at our standard notes and see if anything applies to the site to be added, like regarding the BPP and
Yep.
everything else.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you.
We'll share those with you, Elise.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions? or comments?
How much time do you need?
Let's go to the public first.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-05 BZ 2450 Eli Avenue, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this application, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 161-923-2412 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
All right. Miss Matias started the question. How much time?
I guess, does everyone agree, since these are minor comments, a week or 2 is good? Giuseppe and Joseph, it's mostly your staff.
I'll
so-
just tell you one thing. It will be difficult for us to make a decision on the 1st September, but 2nd September is very doable. So you have a lot of time.
Okay, no problem. So, and
Yes.
I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, but if you close, then you can always put it out for the date that works too, and we'll make sure.
Okay.
That works for us. We don't need much more.
Yeah, because with all the holidays coming up, do it
Understood.
right and make the submission. Okay. Is everybody okay with closing this? All right. All right.
Okay, no one raised their hands, no one called in?
Right. Motion to close, and we'll keep the record open for you to make the submissions as we discussed. But the findings have been met, so.
Chair, motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Summer.
okay. Zoning calendar, new cases, item number 27, 2024, 62 BZ, 78 Fort Place, Staten Island.
Okay.
Mhm.
Um,
Bill Rampula.
Oh, there it is.
Well,
Mr. Rampula. Mr. Rampula, is there anybody else from your team?
Good afternoon, Board and Commissioners. Josephine Lamatina, I don't know if she got back to,
Josephine Lamatina, yes. Anybody else?
no.
Okay. I've let Josephine Lamatina in.
if you could put your camera on, please join us. Thank you.
Here it is. Joe, can you join with the camera?
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you.
All right. I'm doing this with the phone. I apologize. So I'm trying to figure out how to join with the camera. You want to go on ahead and give me a moment to figure this out?
Well, let me swear both of you in and then, you can come up. Usually I need
Okay.
a visual, but let's just do this to move along. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please state your name and record and proceed to respond to the board's comments, Mr. Rampulo.
Philip Rampula. We attended the review session, and the first thing I want to do is if I could share the existing condition site plan.
Sure.
Let's go to the chair had asked about the height of the building.
Wait, we don't have the plans up, Mr. Rampulo. There we go. Okay, could you, okay, it's larger, yeah.
Can you zoom in, please?
Is that better?
I'd rather see the plan. Yeah,
It's existing conditions plan.
okay.
I just wanted to get to the elevation sheet. So we did show the 35-foot maximum building height here, and this line goes straight across. So this is the existing exterior elevations, and that answers two questions. One, the chair asked for this to be shown. And secondly, it answers the question why we didn't just show a conversion of or a conversion of the existing building that complies with the new QRS quality zoning. You can see that this whole floor would have to come off in order for us to not need any type of variance. This does go to your question about why can't you convert the existing building into apartments? And that's because it's not legal. It just can't be done physically without taking this entire floor off. So that is that. I want to get into qualified zoning. I want to bring up the as of right drawings for the apartment building. Okay, so can you see my cursor and can you see what I have on screen?
Just 1 second, I'm actually going through the text and I'm trying to understand where that specifically says that you cannot convert.
I was just gonna ask the same
It
thing.
does say that
Yeah,
at all.
I think you are permitted to convert a
Yeah.
legally non-complying building,
Yeah,
according to chapter 5430.
Okay,
yeah,
that's interesting. Okay.
yeah, you have to read this with 54 section and
Well, I should have started off with this. We filed this application prior to City of Yes zoning being approved. And then we filed it in August of 24. And we did receive comments from the project planner to show as of right conditions. And that dovetailed with what the community wanted. The community wanted R3A housing. Why can't you just build two-family housing? The site is big enough. So we were put into the midst of this job, really our first job that we got into the new regulations. So as per section 1210, we are a qualified residential site. With that, on the as of rights, I have the multiple dwelling up right now. And the multiple dwelling allows a 1.0 FAR. Your minimum lot width is 25 feet. The minimum lot area is 2375. 5-foot side yards are required. And on a corner lot, you also need 5 feet. And they reduced the rear yard from 30 feet to 20 feet right now. And our maximum height is 35 feet, and that's what I showed you on the other drawing. So we did the demolition for the following reason. One, I anticipated the board would say, you can build an apartment building as of right. What does it look like? And two was the community saying, we want to see 1 and 2 family homes. So we showed the 1 or 2 family homes both ways with their front entrances looking at different streets. And then we ran the financials on that. Because I'm sure that if I didn't do that, someone would ask for it now. So we did it. It wasn't, we're not playing games. We're being responsive to what the community wanted.
But I believe the objection from the board is not, why did you do it? I believe the objection, why would you include the value of the building in the as is? Am I right?
Well, I think,
No, I'm just, what I would want to say is, regardless of how you arrived at this scenario, the zoning has changed and has changed significantly for this site. So I think a new analysis is warranted here.
A new analysis of a conversion of the existing building as a non-complier. Is that what we're speaking about?
yes.
Okay.
I think that's more likely a development choice that a developer would make here, given your quoted very high demolition costs.
Correct. Now, that was another comment. You go to Marshall and Swift, and it's in our opinion, it's low because we have part of this building, a big part of this building is concrete and steel. The other part of this building is if you were to demolish it, you couldn't just demolish it. We would need sheeting to support the roadway because of the steep slope, because that front wall of the building acts as a retaining wall holding back
I'm a
Sherman.
little confused by that statement. You're not you stated that the structure of the building, so let's we're jumping on too many things. Let's
Okay.
put the as of right at bay. I appreciate the fact that you showed the as of right detached home because that's what the community asked and you anticipated that the board will ask for you to do that analysis. You did that. Great. Let's put that to bed. We are not convinced by it. Given the fact what both all the Commissioner Otley Brown, Commissioner Sheta, and Commissioner Yoon have stated is that the value of the site is really, you have an existing legally non-conforming and complying building, which has more FAR than the current zoning allows. And you have not provided any documents that indicates that the building is structurally weak. It seems the building is very, very sound structurally. It's the internal elements that need to be fixed. It's the utilities and the interior things that need fixing. And many of the interior structures are not your significantly load-bearing structure. It's your outer walls that are the load-bearing structure. So if that's the case, I'm not sure why you're referring to the front wall and the rear wall when those are not going to change, and the interior wall, they're not load-bearing walls, then what is the issue with it? If they are, you have to then provide a very thorough structural analysis of the site showing the faultiness of the structure and how significantly deteriorated is it for you to do a complete renovation of the entire structure, because so far your argument has been absolutely silent on the structural integrity of this building.
That's true. The structural integrity is mostly there, but all of the ancillary systems in the building are gone. Electric, heat, flooring, windows, roof.
I'm not sure how how does that measure up to the issues with Marshall and Swift?
That's the problem. I've said this before, that Marshall and Swift is not always the way to go when you have these big old large buildings. Because Marshall and Swift is rather a vanilla box applying it to a situation.
Can I simply say that I speak for myself here and only myself. I think that the fact that you have a building here that is overbuilt and yet in decent condition structurally is a benefit. I really am not seeing that this is a hardship here. And so to me, you got a very high hurdle to make to prove to me that this is a liability.
Understood.
The development. And I think that a lot of the liabilities that you cite actually don't exist if you keep the building. You don't have a grade issue if you keep the building. You don't have yards constricting your development if you keep the building. You have all benefits. You don't have a lack of enough FAR. If you keep the building, you've got more FAR than you're even allowed. To me, if I were a developer, I'd be like, yay, look at this. You know, I can only get like 1.0 if I build ground up, but here I've got more just sitting there, and all I have to do is gut renovate it. And gut renovating is a heck of a lot easier, especially on an incline, than going shovel in the ground and building new.
And the proposed scenario really include keeping the building.
Right, and the
Like-
proposed scenario
Yeah.
really, it's
And the-
exactly that, but then even asking for more, which is kind of like, well, I don't even know if it's justified.
And like I said, that the previous submission included a 55 unit proposal that was eliminated in the July submission. That submission included keeping the building as is and working on it without adding anything on top. And then July, it was just cut.
So, Mr. Rampola, I think I don't want to go back and forth. I think this board has been extremely clear in raising the comments and questions. What I will strongly suggest that you review our comments carefully and respond to these questions. For one, I do think there is a jump that is being made. I didn't look at the void folder. I did not know about the information about the 55 unit, but you have to go through this exercise. I appreciate the fact that you did as of right new construction analysis. But the most critical analysis that this board needs to see is an as of right conversion of this building into a market rate residential building. And what is the cost associated with doing that, and doing a financial analysis based on the market comps. And with that, I would say, knowing this area of Staten Island, knowing Staten Island and this area of Staten Island, condos are probably going to be more reasonable a solution, or high-end residential, right? If this is a historic building, has some historic features, you want to do rental, but the unit sizes that you have proposed for that kind of a high-end rental is not going to work. So you have to change the unit sizes to make it work. And again, the fact that you're trying to target a 55 plus over age group, there's no guarantee. So we cannot use that as a reason for why your unit size have to be 1 and 0 bedroom for a population that one cannot guarantee. And we definitely have no way, if we were to grant it, to go back and check, is every person in that room 55 or older? How is somebody going to verify that? That's not going to fly unless you go to a city agency or a state agency and get the federal grants to provide affordable senior housing. That's a different analysis, and that goes through a completely different review process.
I understand what you're saying, Chair, but we did the first over 55 development on Staten Island, and it's called the Tides of Charleston, and it's down by the Outer Bridge Crossing, and it's a federal law. And the way that you insure it is a deed restriction that gets indexed against the property. And the federal law says that you can't ignore that age bracket or say that it's discriminatory, but at the same time, you have to be able to offer at least 20% of the units that are people that are
Okay,
under,
so
under 55.
okay, first of all, I don't know about this federal law and how that limits the deed restriction. How did you arrive at the federal law? Was it a market rate, or was it as part of some program that required you to?
It was not a program, it was market rate.
What I do not know is how it is doing and what is occupancy of that. And if the room size is the same as this, none of those, you're not provided any comparison to back up your argument. Be that as it may, we do not know it. We just think a 220 square foot, 350 square foot unit for seniors in in this area is not viable unless you can prove otherwise.
They're 154 square feet. They're
Oh, 150
they're very-
square feet.
Micro.
they're
There's
very-
154 square feet. That's like,
You could barely get around if you need
yeah,
to be able-
yeah. So I don't know if that's the unit sizes in your 55 over senior housing project that you're referring to. But that I've even HUD projects, HUD approved 202 projects do not have such small sizes.
I want to add to what the chair said. If I hadn't made it clear before, I think the conversion as of right is important, but also the lesser variance with a less dense market rate housing building is important.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
And going back to something that Commissioner Yoon pointed out, and you'll have to revise your objection sheet. It is not about use, it's about the density. Because the multiple dwelling unit is permitted as of right. So it's the density is what you're seeking a waiver of, in addition to the fact that you have an existing non-compliant building, which is exceeding the height and setback requirements.
I think I also need the yards
Yep, yeah.
because minimum 5 foot.
Yeah.
Especially on a corner lot.
An enlargement of an existing.
So the argument changes from use to, and what you need to find out from DOB is that would you need this objection even if you were to do an as of right conversion of this building under 1500 or section 54?
Okay, I will. I will.
Hi, Mr. Rempel. This is Associate Counsel Michael Velez. I just want to clarify too regarding the applicable zoning regulations. If this application was filed prior to December 5th, 2024, you're permitted pursuant to 1147, section 1147 of the zoning resolution, to continue pursuant to the regulations in effect at the time you filed. If you do not elect to do that, you have to comply with all the applicable City of Yes for Housing Opportunity regulations that came into effect that day on December 5th. If you do elect to use the prior regulations, you have to stick with those. There's no mixing and matching. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in this case, if it benefits you to do under the City of Yes, look at that and see how you can reduce the degree of the ask or almost even not have to ask.
I don't think there's a choice in this case. This is dependent on when you file the application with the Department of Buildings, not with us.
Right,
So this has to comply with the current zoning regardless, I believe.
right.
Pursuant to 1147, it is the time at which the application was filed before the Board of.
They have a choice.
For us.
For
Yeah.
us.
But doesn't 47 also, this is from memory, I'm sorry, it's 1,300 pages. I haven't memorized all of it yet. But doesn't it also say that you have to have your permits in place?
No, the section doesn't make any reference to the Department of Buildings. It's a vesting concept. So it has to do with when you filed
But
before.
I think in this case, I know we have done it with some of the
Mr.
cases
Costanza
that
said
were filed pre-ZHO and post. Some have changed and they are proceeding under ZHO, even though they may have gotten the objection prior to the adoption.
This section provides you a choice. That is all I'm noting, and that there's no mixing and matching, and we want to be,
Yeah.
we want to be clear.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Mr. Costanza?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to concur with Associate Counsel Michael Velez. I'm looking at 1147. I mean, you could brief it if you want. I can screen share it if you need.
That's okay.
That's why I raised my hand.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rempel.
Thank you. I wanted to explain the community board vote, if I may. I
Sure.
understand
Yes.
everything previous to that.
Yeah.
It was, if you look at the community board sheet, I think there were like 17 or 15 people who abstained. So I think abstain means that there is no vote. And I don't know how they did it, but they said that there is no vote because of the number of absentee or abstaining members. I was as confused as the board was.
Okay.
In addition, I just want to point out, since we're on the community board, this document that's been passed around and was submitted to the board, it's kind of slick and misleading, and it's disingenuous at best, in that in the upper right-hand corner, it says that all the names are taken from the 400-foot radius diagram. But it's not. We did a check. There are over 56% of signatures that are outside of the 400-foot radius diagram. I just wanted to read that in the record for any future use that we may need it as the applicant.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Prenga, then Ms. Morris.
I just want to state quickly that the community board had responded to me and said that they had a tie vote, and therefore they considered it a no vote, and it cannot be revisited due to preclusion in the city charter. So
Okay.
And
Ms. Morris?
and then Commissioner Yoon wanted to know about tree credits. So it's for each tree of 6 inches of caliper counts as 1 tree credit. And then when you go to, I think it's if you have an existing caliper of 8-inch tree, that counts as 2 tree credits. And you go right up the line, like I think a 24-inch tree is maybe 4 or 5 tree credits. So that's why if you're saving 17 trees and they're of a sizable amount, you get 76 tree credits.
I think it's 67, but okay, so they're just large trees.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, anybody? Right, and the other thing in your as of right, if you're going to maintain that as of right analysis, I also would like clarification as to if you were to build the as of right, would you need the City Planning Commission certification pursuant to the hillside preservation?
That's a very good question, because I don't know what slopes we would get after the building is taken down. So we can figure that out. But I'm not sure, but I'll find out.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Rampula and his team?
Can we talk about on the Financials Commission, Otley Brown, that you're not looking for a calculation for, where did you put it?
For the debt coverage, the debt service coverage ratio.
Yes, that's something that we've always done.
Yeah, and after we had the retirement of Ms. Kaidash, I believe I told you now's the time, especially given the way the financials started to look after Ms. Kaidash exited, now's the time to conform to the standard financial report that we have on our website. I
Okay.
said that a couple of cases ago, and that dispenses with all of those pages and just drills down to net operating income and then capitalizes it.
Understood.
Any other clarification you need, Mr. Rampula, from us?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to know what is the function of Ms. Josephine Lamatina?
She does the financial analysis. She's
Okay.
with Equity Valuation Associates.
Okay, so she's listening in on the comments and so she. Okay.
I have a question regarding part of the building. I share my screen to, I'm thinking of something and I want to see if it's doable. Yeah, that part here, this.
Yes,
Have you looked at the structural integrity of this part and whether it can take like an addition on top of that?
that's a very good question. I have,
Now it's stopping at the first floor, but if you look at the second, it's not there, third, fourth, it's not there.
correct. Correct.
Did you look at, like, again, did you look at the possibility of like adding on top of that? If the answer is yes, or if it can take additions.
No, it's a very robust structural, little addition that they put on there. I don't think that the owners had that in their program, or if they thought about it, and they were keeping it set aside as, recreation space or common area space.
I
But-
think
I think
you
that-
may, and
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry, you may end up with a legal light and air issue that would not be complying, and it would also render the facing units in the larger building non-complying.
Yes.
There are specific requirements for distance between windows that would be legal.
Oh,
So I think that would, and you'd just have a privacy issue. That inside corner would make it very difficult to live there without ever opening your windows.
if you add on top of that.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, especially those corner windows and
I
this.
was
this-
thinking if,
No,
like, for the variance of the as of right, if it's not
no.
there.
Commissioner Yoon answered the same
Okay.
question I was going to give.
Thank you.
That would be an issue.
The thing with the micro units is that they've caught on across the United States, and they are in other cities. I understand you have concerns about the size, but most of those room sizes were dictated by the window placements for natural light and ventilation. So even to shift it or make them a little larger, we're constrained by the hallway, and we're constrained by the windows and that are already on the exterior walls.
To that point, I wanted to say one thing about the lesser variance and the conversion scenarios that we've requested, and this also touches on what Commissioner Sheta had mentioned. The hallway appears to be, based on photos and plans, a stud partition, and it does not appear to be structural. So the necessity to maintain the corridor as it is that case has not been made to me. You can move the corridor, you could even potentially single load the corridor in parts of the building and end up with a 30-foot, 35-foot wide or deep apartment, which would be very standard. So I think when we're reviewing the upcoming submissions that respond to these comments, we'd like to see some consideration that, this partition is not structural and does not does not seem to create a significant hardship for you to relocate it in parts of the building.
I believe mostly everything in the middle of the building is not structural. I believe we do have some columns there. If I'm looking at this is drawing.
There are some, yes.
Yeah, there are some columns there, so most likely that all the interior is just partitions. It's not structural.
And then on the micro unit conversation, if you're going to propose and push for micro units, which seems like a erroneous direction to go in based on what we've all said today, but if you were, you'd have to show a furnished plan, because I can't understand how one will actually put a bed inside these spaces, even a twin size bed.
Understood. Understood. I get it. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, I would say, Mr. Rampola, in the interest of everybody's time and saving your client money, please listen to our comments carefully and reconsider some of the base assumptions and the direction you're taking. I strongly would suggest you focus on converting the as-of-right building with a market rate building, market rate units. That would be sellable. It's like, don't think of the 55 and don't think of the zeros and one micro unit. What would make this units in this building sellable? And design it accordingly and then do the analysis. Don't do an analysis to make the conversion to a residential, as of right conversion to residential to fail. Do a conversion to an as of right to make it succeed to
But
the maximum extent possible.
yes, but just one thing, Chair. I don't believe we were doing condos on this one. We were doing rentals.
Okay, so my question is whether you do rental or condo, it's a market decision you're taking, but which will make it sellable based on the unit sizes, right? If you are going to make if you're going to do really tiny units, these are going to be transient units, which are, I honestly do not like, I know the HUD regulations. And the HUD 202 regulations has higher room unit sizes requirement than what you're showing here.
Yes.
I was at HPD when we put together the HPD design guidelines for senior housing. And the unit sizes for senior housing was more than the micro units at that time when HPD was reviewing the micro unit sizes. So yes, micro units may be popular, but it is popular amongst a different generation and a different market. I do not think micro unit is the market, is the unit type for seniors. I honestly do not believe so. And studies after studies have shown so. So a lot of senior housing, go and look at all HPD senior housings that's been built. I have yet to see a micro unit that has been used for senior housing.
Yeah.
So please reconsider some of the very basic premise that you're building this argument on. And I want your project to succeed. We definitely do not want this historical building with such a rich history to fail. We want it to succeed. We do believe the conversion is reconfiguring it to a higher and better use is best. But the question is to what extent? And for that, you have to go through the exercise of the as of right conversion to the best extent possible to market it as you would succeed, not as you would fail.
Understood. Thank you.
And then look at the difference and then say, well, maybe I don't need all of the 2 floors. Maybe I need part of the first floor, part of an additional floor, or maybe I need it only in sections to allow for a little bit of a penthouse, or maybe I'm going to do duplex on the upper floor with a little bit of addition on the top with a rooftop garden area. There's so many ways to play this out. And this is such a beautiful location with such amazing views that you can do a lot of things to make it market and enrich it with that.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the guidance.
Okay. Should we go to the public?
Yes. We're gonna go to the public, Jella. So the
Do we
case.
have anybody from council member, elected officials first?
Not.
So please make that announcement so that we can hear them first.
So is there anyone from the public, elected official or council member? But I see hands are up anyway, but let me just put the case out. The case that we're calling is 2024-62 BZ 78 Fort Place, Staten Island. If calling in, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-923-2412 and press the pound sign. At the prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment.
Okay, I want to see if there is anybody in the room who is an elected official. I want to give them the opportunity to speak first, then we will go to the others. So if anybody who is a public official, please raise your hand. We will recognize you first.
I don't know. You just want to let them in?
Okay.
One?
All right. All right, John Kilcullen.
Okay, we're gonna let you in one by one, and you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application. Where is that person, John? Go right there.
Mr. Gukon, you're gonna have to unmute.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Can't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
Mr. Concolin, you're not driving, are you?
No, I'm parked in
Okay.
Virginia, so I'm coming back from vacation. So no,
Okay.
I'm not driving.
Okay.
Not at all.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners. I'm writing in regards to the above application, and I want to say I appreciate the thoughtful consideration you've given this application. This application is requesting and seeking a hardship relief for the property. We're asking that the variance isn't warranted and shouldn't be granted. Most compelling is spot waivers, quote unquote, open the door to future relief waivers throughout the neighborhood's many special districts. Compared to many, if not most neighborhoods on Staten Island, as well as the city as a whole, the greater St. George, New Brighton community offers the broadest and most varied zoning options for new construction and or redevelopment. Our diverse neighborhood allows single-family houses to multi-story towers as permitted in a new R6 zoning district. Everything in between. The number of these zoning districts were advocated by the community to maintain the special character of our historic streets. Many others were a result of collaboration and long discussion to allow for growth and change as appropriate. The following districts that encompass the St. George area: the Special Hillside District, which has guided, not prevented, sound development. Many new developments have created and blended seamlessly into the neighborhood, and one right across the street, just around the block from this site. The Staten Island Borough President's downzoning initiative in November 2003 to reduce and rezone over 40% of Staten Island's residential lots has worked perfectly and has also allowed for new development. This applicant purchased this property, and it's been echoed here today, after the zoning changes and addition to the city of Yes. The special St. George district, which I like to highlight, was created to allow for higher and taller density development nearly less than a quarter mile away from this development. And this district has not fully been realized in making the need for granting such a waiver warranted. And I can attest, you'll hear this from my fellow community members, we're still waiting for that to be realized. And lastly, abutting the St. George is the newest zoning district enacted in 2019 to allow for the rezoning of manufacturing to commercial residential along an aging retail corridor. And that was strongly supported by the community, creating a walkable downtown near transit. I'm requestingly requesting the board and the commissioners not approve the above application for the stated reasons. Thank you, John Kilcullen, St. George.
Thank you. Miss Eileen Harrington. Eileen Harrington. Eileen Harrington. Okay. She's
joining.
Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Just took me a minute there. My name is Eileen Harrington. I'm the president of the St. George Civic Association. And I have a statement I would like to make in opposition to the requested variance. Firstly, I do want to point out in the testimony that Mr. Rampulo indicated a 55 unit proposal that was previously presented. I have no record, I've never heard of that. So let me start with my statement. As president of the St. George Civic Association, a volunteer organization for the last few years, I want the commissioners of the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals to understand the context of the neighborhood's opposition to the above referenced application for a zoning variance. For starters, anyone with knowledge of my neighborhood will tell you that it is an outlier of Staten Island. We are a majority minority, economically diverse, underserved environmental justice community. Due to the extensive outreach when I became president, the SGCA is made up of people from all walks of life. Whatever NIMBY is, we are the reverse. For example, once Women in Need, that's the Women in Need shelter, completed their newest and largest New York City shelter for 200 formerly homeless families, known as the Orderly Lord Shelter, the residents, the SGCA Social Services Committee reached out to their new neighbors. Our neighborhood volunteers provide much needed programming, yoga classes, sound therapy, and financial literacy sessions. When Executive Director Christine Quinn made an unsolicited call to the committee chair, thanking her for being part of the most welcoming community group in New York City. This facility is located directly on major bus routes, 1 block from Staten Island's Soul Train line and a supermarket on a vibrant multicultural commercial thoroughfare. All resources to assist the residents in reestablishing a foothold for their families. The SGCA placed planters filled with flowers on the sidewalk near the entrance to the residents and the other large family shelter a block away, engaging with the children to help with the planting and watering. A few years ago, we supported an effort that established a major and substantial upzoning along our commercial and transportation corridor. We strongly support dense zoning on the principle that it makes sense to have more people within easy walking distance of major interborough and intraborough transportation hubs. We recognize that we need more local people to support our local businesses. The SGCA regularly conducts beautification projects such as litter pickups, graffiti removal, plantings in street tree beds throughout the neighborhood. Sadly, the subject property has been the subject of all 3 of these efforts over the years due to the near total neglect by the owner. In fact, it is not unusual for the snow to be cleared from the walkways only after a neighbor texts the owner to remind him of his legal obligation. The owner of the subject property and his architects reluctantly presented their proposal to the SGCA after what could only be described as an attempted end run in which they first went directly to CB1's Land Use Committee for approval.
Ms. Harrington, your 3 minutes are up, so please.
Oh, no. Can I give like some, I have like specific points I want to make. Can I do that in 1 minute?
Just go to the
More?
specific points and you can
Okay, I'll
make.
go.
your submission.
Among the factors leading to the vote, there is nothing irregular about the zoning lot. It's an ample-sized rectangle ideal for use prescribed by the current zoning. There are many configurations other than a high number of micro units that would yield reasonable return. There has been no research presented that supports the marketability of the proposed tiny apartments. The owners proposed to build micro units for 55 plus seniors is destined to fail given multiple factors such as the tiny size of the units above market pricing, its location on a steep hill, and no access to public transportation and food markets. And irreversibly altered the essential character of the neighborhood. And I also just want to point out that the owner proposed ignore the owner proposed the, if it simply cannot be ignored that the owner proposed the property purchased the property for a bargain price of 2.6 million, partly because the building was limited use as is and has already been downsized. By his admission, there were multiple nonprofits interested in purchasing the building, enabling the owner to make multiples of the purchase price, but these offers were frustrated for one reason or another. Just try to pick the points that are important here. Okay, so the owner never broached the concept of requesting any lesser relief with the community, with the neighborhood or community board one, but I can state with a degree of certainty that we would be willing to entertain such a notion. We are not in a position to rewrite the proposal, nor do we have the standing to propose an alternative plan, but we would be willing to meet somewhere in the middle with townhouses such as the ones located further down the street. This would be a fair compromise, especially since if these were designed to be sold individually to future homeowners. There is a dearth of home ownership opportunities in the neighborhood, and the real estate professionals in the neighborhood have penciled a plan and would allow for a very fair return on the owner's investment. In conclusion, on behalf of the neighborhood, I strongly urge you to deny this variance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And since we rushed you through it, we very much would welcome you to make the submission so that we can read it also.
Okay, yes, I've already sent it in, but yes, I can do that. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Karen Pirian.
Hello,
Pirian.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
No.
No.
Oh, you saw me for a second there. Okay, hi. I wanted to clarify about the petition. My mom, who is here, and I were part of a team that collected these signatures. We walked around the 400-foot radius and got at least half of those. Then we went down to the green market and got another half. These signatures, with maybe 2 exceptions, are from this community. And the ones that are from Michigan used to live in the house right across from the convent. So that's 200 signatures plus. That's what I wanted to say about that. I also wanted to speak as the president of the Fort Hill Park Residents Association. This is Fort Hill Park right here, right across from the convent. The sun rises over here and the morning light just comes over this building at about 9:30. If there are additional stories added to this building, the light won't get here until much later. This is a park that was created against all odds. They said it couldn't be done. We fought to protect this last stand of trees and then created a butterfly garden. And this project has now become a native ecosystem restoration project where we have had hundreds of volunteers twice a year, 2-day events. We have planted thousands of plants, native plants from the native Greenbelt Native Plant Center. And we feel that raising this building would be very detrimental, especially to the north part of the park here. The current proposal is too tall, will create too much shade for the park and cram too many people into a quiet neighborhood with no transportation, no parking, no groceries, no medical facilities. Warehousing over 100 people in micro apartments at the top of Fort Place would be detrimental for the park and the surrounding community because it's out of proportion for that area. We are counting on the BSA to uphold the R3A zoning our community fought for successfully in 2003. The owner bought it with R3A zoning in place, and we want any new construction to be held to that zoning. Please help us preserve the essential character of our residential neighborhood. We would support individually owned homes if presented. A shorter refurbishing the building as it is acceptable. The only reason to put more stories is to supersize the breed. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see someone, hand is raised, phone number, last is 9059.
Press star 6, please.
I'm on the review that I. Yeah, I think that's Dean.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Uh,
Okay, thank you. My name is, can I speak for a moment? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My name is Dean Thompson, a resident, longtime resident of St. George, homeowner. I will be brief. First, I want to say, I mean this sincerely, this is the first time I've attended one of these, even though I'm attending remotely. I'm very impressed with the care all of you take and the care you've taken and seen this application. I'm really impressed with you guys. Seriously, I think it's very kind of cool. My statement is simple. It's density. You said it yourselves. It is uninhabitable space. It's unrealistic, and it's just not right for this neighborhood, pure and simple. This landlord is known to these people in the neighborhood as being less than an honorable owner of buildings, and I think that should be taken into account. I know that's not an official complaint, but it's a known fact, at least in St. George. But thank you very much for taking this into consideration. I hope you rule against it. Thank you so much.
Could we have your name, please?
It's Dean. Last name is Thompson, Thompson.
Dean Thompson. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Next person. Anyone else? There's a John Luisa and a Martin Fitzpatrick. Do you wish to speak? Nope. Going once, doing twice. Anyone else? John Luisa, Miss. Okay. All right. They didn't raise their hands.
You can make your submission to submit at bsa.nyc.
Yes, I was just gonna say.
gov. As you can see, we review every document that is sent to us, so please do. If you were not able to complete your thoughts or if you want to make additional comments, please do so. Mr. Rampula, I think I will strongly suggest Mr. Thompson, please lower your hand, I believe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rampula, I would strongly suggest you take a good amount of time to revise the application and consider this. I earnestly say, I think we want this project to succeed, but not in the way it has been presented. You need to go back and reevaluate your basic criteria, age being the primary factor and therefore very small unit sizes. Again, I'm going to repeat, first look at as of right alteration of the building to residential uses that would be marketable, that would be sellable or rentable, whichever, whatever a model that gets you the best outcome.
Understood.
And then based on that conclusion, take the next step as to would even a proposed revision be required?
Understood.
Plus, what is the minimal that you would need? Because what you've presented from all the board members here, we are totally skeptical and we don't think you would be able to meet it. So I want to save you the trouble of trying to go back to the drawing board and present the same presentation that you have made. Please go back and reevaluate the entire proposal.
I will. My clients are out of the country till the first week of September. So I'm thinking I'm going to need all of September and October to literally go back to the drawing board. And then it has to go to the, be working with the financial analyst at the same time.
And regarding the financial analysis, please use the format that we have on our website.
I will. We will. Josephine
Use
will.
the
Yes.
Swift.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And again, a reminder as well, just be clear which zoning regulations you're applying. And if you provide different alternatives, be clear which alternatives following the prior regulations or the new regulations.
Yeah.
Do we want to give him a date or just let him?
I think it
Reach
would
out
be
to him?
best for Mr. Rampula to tell us when he's ready to submit because he has to work with his team.
I think a submission date of mid-November will be perfect.
Okay. So we are looking at a December hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's December 8th, if we come up with that, November 20th is the submission date. If we're going to do December 8th night,
Okay.
8 or 9, okay? So I know some of the neighbors are still in the room, so maybe. Yeah, and they can reach out to us to confirm the date.
Tony, what's the submission date?
November 20th?
And I would suggest any submission you make to us, please also submit simultaneously to the community board and the elected officials.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Miss Perrine, I don't know. The neighbor's hand is again. I don't know if you want to.
That one spoke already.
She spoke already.
Ms. Perrin, you've already spoken. If you wish to state anything, please put it in writing and submit to
A question.
bsa.nyc.gov.
Just a question whether we have to resubmit our testimony.
Just 1 second.
Sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Just wondering if we need to resubmit our testimony in November.
No, unless there's anything that you wanted to say that you were not able to, you can put that in writing and send it to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Tony, if we could talk offline, because usually when I have to submit to the community board or elected officials, there's a submission and then a review and then the formal submission. So we have to iron that out.
Okay, so yeah, we could, Jella and Carlo can reach out.
Okay, that's fine.
Jella's the project manager too.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? Are we good? Done? Okay,
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. This concludes.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public hearing for August 12th, 2025.